All
right,
well,
guys. Well, that was a great conversation.
Yeah, right. Now that was
week.
it. 2 2 second live stream, and there you go. Now, welcome to episode 47 of Casting the Shadows. And IAE. Let's pretty much I guess let's start off with what Star Citizen surpassed $400 million in crowdfunding in what day 2 of the expo or something like that.
Yeah, it was like day 2 or day 3 they hit it, and they made some money. But I mean, that's a good thing, right? Because that's what's keeping the devs paid.
It's keeping the devs paid. It's keeping all that money that's hopefully going into resources and all that. So continue developing.
Yeah,
I'm trying to pull
plus that new studio they're creating.
Yeah, that new studio in UK, right?
Yeah, and I think they're moving it. I don't know for sure, but I thought I might. For some reason, I'm remembering that somebody said they're actually going into more centralized, like London.
Yeah, no, I think they're going somewhere closer. I don't remember where specifically. I'm sure we can look it up, but
yeah, because they've been in Manchester up till now, but yeah. I think they're going. They're getting them more centralized.
They want that bigger place. They're gonna have a bunch of more people.
They're going. Supposedly, they want to get up to 1,000 people just in that one studio alone,
which is insane considering how. 5 years ago, it was barely 500 employees altogether. CIG. That's including devs and everyone else.
Well, I mean, hell, I think at the beginning it was like
at the beginning
10, 12 people, in a basement kind of a setup.
Now she has more money rolled in, more devs rolled in as well.
Yeah.
But right now we're looking at funds raised $415,501,707.
So some pocket change.
Yes, give or take. And we have over 3 million Star Citizens, which hasn't changed much, actually, because that's around. I think we passed 3 million last year, or reached 3 million last year. So. Star Citizen, so, like us.
Yeah, I think you're gonna see that you're not gonna see very much of an increase, or you're not gonna see big jumps in that number until well after you get the container streaming. And not even container streaming, but the subsystems that tie into that, because that's when you'll start to see a smoother verse, and that's where I think you'll start to see more and more people seeing what's going on in the game and going, "Oh wow, hey, I want to jump in on that." I think right now that the bugs and the restrictions that you're seeing in the gameplay loops is probably keeping a lid on the number of players that you see, joining up. I think right now we're still kind of getting the hardcore space fans.
Yeah, and also it's really just a performance issue as a whole.
Yeah. Well, I think Elite Dangerous was a big cause of that shift. I think a lot of those people coming from there, and I think they. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm just trying to finish this one thing up. I think Elite Dangerous, the shift of players over was not only an increase of those direct players coming straight from Elite Dangerous, but I also think that some of those players were streamers, and so you're seeing an outside crowd that got pulled in with them and kind of looking at the game and going, "Oh, okay," but it's still a lot less than what I think we'll see once the game is actually running smooth and can. We got the shards working and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think the biggest hurdle right now for people, like for players to get into Star Citizen, is performance. Definitely.
Yeah.
Hell, it's even a hurdle for some of the hardcore backers like us. Like I know, like I took a break for a while just because I was playing it 24/7, but also it just sometimes the performance is not great and you just can't do certain things. How many times?
Well, yeah, and I think part of the reason it's kind of shifting too is because like at a point where we were 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if you were to look at the game, you'd go, yeah, it's a great idea, but is it necessarily something I could play consistently without it crashing, bugging? And I think it's starting to shift a little, and so more people are seeing it going, okay, compared to however many years ago when I first seen it, it's looking actually more playable.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And I think the more they shift it that way, the more, like you said, the more people will be on board. And whether or not there's these massive gameplay loops and stuff in the game doesn't matter as long as it's playable and smooth.
Right, because really, if you
performs
can't actually do anything once you're in game, whether it's there or not, what's the point? Frame rate's horrible, or do something, but the enemies don't. But like one of the consistent and common, unfortunately, glitches in 3.15.1 is when you do any combat mission, specifically the FPS bunker missions or the 890 jump missions. The last AI, like you'll kill everyone except for the last guy. He'll just not spawn in.
Right. The
So
other
you can't
thing I've
complete
been
the
hearing
mission.
a lot of
Yeah.
is you either get you go to do one of those AI missions and you either get like the derp squad or you get SEAL Team 6 wiping your ass across the floor. And so there's no way to know until you go in, and especially with now that you're losing your gear, people are like, why am I going to play this?
Well, it's also not just losing your gear, but when you get downed, it's like the other night I was playing with Joseph and I essentially got downed before. It's not like I got down before I saw the guy, but it's like I heard the gunfire as I was getting down. Like as I was already incapacitated. Like there's a desync issue, and that's a problem because what I think really happened was I was being fired at and didn't realize because on my screen I wasn't being fired at until the server kind of caught up and it's like, oh, you're being fired at. You were fired at. You just didn't see it. And now we finally caught up and loaded. You're on the ground.
Hey, Mando, we forgot to tell you, you're dead.
Yeah. To Joseph's credit, he did come and save me, only to get downed himself, and then I had to save him.
Nice. Yeah, I think once we see the object container streaming to cut down on the load that people are processing on their, that the client-side servers are processing, and then you start to see the shards working, where we're actually getting the interaction with multiple shards, so therefore your server caps can go up. That's when you're going to see people really trying to in the door and wanting to get involved.
Well, shall we talk about the IAE then? Covered that Star Citizen made a lot of money.
Always.
Well, obviously, we covered some of it last week, but I think. But let's see, we got Anvil. So obviously, day 1 was Anvil. Day 2 was Robert Space Industries and Aegis and all that. But we got new ships during the expo. Anvil gave us the Spartan, which is a APC.
Yeah, but based off the Ballista platform, which means
Atlas.
that as of right now,
I'm
sorry, well, yes, but as of right now, that means that it only fits in the Hercules.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
So.
Well, I don't know. I know the Ballista will only fit in the Hercules, but I don't know about the Spartan itself.
They're the same. They're the same length around there.
It's the same.
What about the height?
And
height, it's a little shorter because
as far as I'm aware, the height is a little bit smaller. But as far as I'm aware, there's no ships in which the height was the only reason why it could not fit.
It was more so the width, actually.
As far as I know, I've heard people have managed to squeeze it into the Carrack, but due to bounding box issues, it fucking physics itself all over the place and will end up destroying both vehicles.
Nice.
So yeah, it's entirely the same specifications right now with height.
Okay.
It really feels like with a lot of this shit, they're specifically designing vehicle sizes. So it's like, only this, only this, only. And I'm just like, come on, guys! This whole thing is supposed to be about us being wacky and innovative and shit. Come on.
But this is how we make money. Yeah, that's actually a big issue I have.
On that note, let me begin my bitching about the Odyssey. Among other things that, and I'll fully admit, I love the Carrack. I like what it represents, but especially when it came out, it's not supposed to have weapons. It's just supposed to run away from everything, right? And then, hey, here's an explorer ship with the same med bay that's built around self-sustainability, which isn't a bad thing. It's like a mining version of a Carrack. Which, okay, sure. But then, hey, we're giving it not only all size 5 weapons, but also we're giving it missiles. And especially when we've been told that missiles are going to not only be for use of offense, like blowing shit up, but that there's going to be like sensor missiles and shit like that. And it's like, why then would a exploration ship not have these kinds of missiles?
Not only in exploration, but a military exploration.
Oh yeah, and it's like with the military too. You guarantee that you're gonna be like, hey, here's the plans for that ship, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's put an automatic grenade launcher here. What? Why?
Yeah. Mando, you mind if I?
Sorry, rant over.
Sorry. Mando, you mind if I jump on my box here for a minute?
Go ahead.
So me and Mando talked before we went live, and we were commenting on this whole thing. And one of the things that I think is going on is that essentially, up until now, CIG didn't know what exploration was going to be. Like, they just had it on a whiteboard as a category of of gameplay and ship type. So they,
and this is, by the way, this is pure theory anyway.
They have no idea yet.
Yeah, they hadn't built the tree out yet. So, but I think now they're starting to know how they want exploration to go. But I think one of their biggest problems is that they have not communicated their idea to the community of what that means. And so I think what's happening right now is that you have a lot of the community who, each one of us, you say the word exploration, and in my mind, I'm picturing a certain sequence of gameplay. Your mind, you're picturing a sequence of gameplay. Our two sequences might be completely different, or they might be much.
CIG is developing.
Exactly. And so I think what's going on with the Odyssey specifically is marketing didn't do a good job of explaining what the ship was designed really to do, and with that didn't explain what exploration in general was going to be. So right now you've got everyone's different idea of exploration, and they're looking at the Odyssey, and they're looking at the Carrack and the Freelancer Dur and some of the other ships, and then each person is going, what the fuck? Like, these ships don't match up to my expectations, and it's all down to
even with
CIG.
each other,
right? And CIG hasn't explained it. But now, having said that, I think where CIG is going to go, and this is just based off of kind of watching what they're putting out, is I think exploration is going to be this very vast spectrum of capabilities. And if you have the Carrack, you're going to be able to do the map plotting and charting and, where are things in general, exploration. And I think the Odyssey is, like you said, it's the mining one. You don't give a fuck about jump points. You don't give a fuck about, the moons. You want to go find the asteroid belt, and not just the asteroid belt, but what's in the asteroids that's mineable. And so that's a slice of the exploration pie that the Odyssey is going to be specialized in. Whereas if you take an Odyssey and try and do the Carrick's job, you're going to fail miserably because it doesn't have a map charting table, and it doesn't have the super wide beam sensors and antennas for getting that other information. And
You can't scan for
but
jump
I think
points like the
CIG's
Carrick
completely
can.
failed in not telling us about that.
So are you kind of seeing exploration as kind of a glue that holds a lot of the other professions together?
I won't say glue, but I think it's an enabler. Like, I think you're gonna need exploration to find those good mining spots. And so I think that's kind of what CIG is doing. Like,
Maybe
here's
enabler
the
is not the best
exploration
word,
ship
but yeah.
to go find the mining, and then after the Odyssey finds the things, and you collect up some samples, and you make a little extra profit wise right there on the spot while you're doing it. But when you find that big vein, that's when you call in the Orion and 20 of your prospectors, and they show up, and they also bring the fighter escorts to protect the operation, blah blah blah.
And
Like,
the
that's
caterpillars to carry
gameplay
those little
yeah,
fist
that's
things.
how the process enables
The
the
deposit.
follow-on capabilities of the other ships.
I got you.
But I think I think the biggest point is CIG hasn't explained that to everybody else very well. So what you have right now is everyone's trying to do a comparison of the Carrick and the Odyssey, and just everyone's scratching their head because everyone has a different idea of what exploration is.
Well, that, and I also think too, in some ways, and I will say, I don't necessarily think if this is the case.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that what I'm saying here is being done, maliciously here, kind of thing. Like, you got Chris Roberts laughing in the background, but in some ways, and we've even kind of been told this in a way that this is why ships have kind of a gold standard, although it obviously doesn't necessarily take them all the way here. But as new features and new mechanics and new code are being put in and updated and used as the new base for everything to be built off of, as new ships come out, they're inherently using all this stuff.
Yep.
For example, one ship that we've had pretty much since the beginning here, I would say, the Avenger. The Avenger Stalker, Titan.
That's my base package ship.
Warlock.
Yeah.
And this thing has not been updated pretty much. It's had like, oh hey, the HUD got updated. Oh hey, it's got the little missile warning.
Well, they did that huge
and all
rework back
that.
in 3.2.
Did it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's actually.
Remember you had to
it doesn't
crouch
feel like
in
it.
the living quarters?
It still
It
feels.
started out originally with only 4 of the for the Stalker one,
Mhm.
4 of the what you call it, the
prisoner
cryogenic
pods.
storage units.
Oh yeah,
The
yeah,
prisoner
they
pod did
updated that at some point there.
Yeah.
No,
But
they reworked
I
all
get what you're
the.
saying.
HUD, it
things.
has no components. The thing feels aged. You can
Yeah.
know if you just sit in it and you just look at the MFDs on there, the entire cockpit view, you can feel this is a very early concept and it has not really been brushed up since. And part of the problem is that, yeah, a gold standard will go and definitely help to bring things up to speed for some of this stuff, but with some of these ships and stuff that are coming out now, it's like, well, hey, we've got this new GravLab tech. Oh, hey, let's go and throw that in there. Oh, hey, we've got docking port. Docking ports are a thing again, because remember for a while they were saying,
Yeah.
docking ports aren't going to be a thing. And how many ships were concepted and came out during that time that
Yeah, all the colonies
docking ports
need to
were
be
not a thing?
reworked.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the Cutlass Black. Well, removing those.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Cutlass Red and Blue come along. We'll throw them back on. There's still, sure, stuff can change there, but especially with some ships, they to a certain degree they get left in the dust because there's always the next concept, the next bigger and better ship, and I feel like with the Odyssey that and honestly I don't know if necessarily the Odyssey is it, but I can pretty much guarantee there's going to be a bigger and better be-all, end-all explorer ship than the Carrack.
So there's always
Whether
going to
it's
be a bigger
capital
one.
ship or not, I can guarantee it's going to happen because they had plotted it out for being a lot bigger. It was originally going to be near the size it is now. Then they were like, "Oh, hey, we need this, we need all these things," and they made it a whole lot bigger. And then they're like, "Oh, now it can't fit on these pads we wanted it to. Okay, let's go and shrink everything down here as much as possible and cut as much room in there so it fits." I guarantee they're going to make a bigger and dubiously better Carrack, or I should say exploration ship. Because again, oh, we've got all this new tech now. Cool, great. We can go and do all this stuff that we couldn't have done. And with a lot of ships, I would probably say with most ships, are not going to get a rework as some of them should. Now that we've got a lot of this newer tech out there, a lot of old ships are just kind of, sorry. It was an old ship. We made it when it was, and you get what you get.
I think you've got a point there, but I would ask this. Would you be okay? Because I agree that there comes a point where they're going to have to say, hey, we just can't do a rework on that ship because that means we got to do every single ship. And, you're talking the Auroras and everything.
Well, the Auroras have had a rework to a degree.
But
They had a full.
As they continue to develop, let's say 5 years from now, however many ships we're going to have at that point, if they need to do a rework, you're talking like, okay, guys, we got to do gold standard again. That means we got to start with ship 1 and work our way back up. So
I should know for gold standard, real quick though, with gold standard just means that they're bringing it up to the current point. So there will be inherently multiple gold standard passes. I just want to note that.
Yes, but what I'm trying to get at is, would you be okay? And by you, I'm meaning, do you think the community in general, as a whole, because there's always going to be the outliers, but in general, do you think the community as a whole would be okay if at some point CIG gets to a point and says, "Hey guys, we're so far forward now, we're not going to be able to do anything with the Aurora. So to do reworks of all these previous ships is just going to be so time intensive and cost prohibitive overall. Real world pay scales and all that shit. We're not going to update these, but anyone who owns these, we're going to come out with a new line of the 2975 version of the Aurora LN, and it may look different because we're going to have to change the size and the shape to fit all the components that we now realize have to be inside that ship." Do you think that would be okay? Do you think the community would be accepting of that? So you basically you log in one day and all of a sudden your original LN is now the LN 2075 version, and maybe give the player an option to say, no, I actually want the original.
Well, I would say, I think, and I'm saying for both myself and I think for the community at large, if it did get to a point where it's like, hey, the Aurora, when we made it, just the metrics have changed. A rework itself, we're going to have to just go straight back to the drawing board with it. We can't just go and try to do some butchery on the side with it and make it fit. If they were like, hey, we're going to leave the Aurora 2551 model as is, with what functionality it has here, lacking XYZ functionality over here, but those of you that have an Aurora will keep the old variant and get the new variant as well. So you have both the new shiny one that's
Right.
been reconcepted to do whatever they need it to that the old model can't anymore. But you've also got your museum quality level, one that
Your
it
novelty,
still
your
function
old
and stuff,
school.
but it can't do everything there. If it was something like that, to where it's like you've got both, with the understanding that, hey, the old one we're gonna leave it as is. We're gonna try to let it do as much as it can with what limitations it inherently has there, and otherwise
You think they'd
we're
be
gonna
okay
let
with
you
that?
also have the new one. I think people would be okay with that if there was for some reason that they could not just do a bottom to top rework like what they would do with the Cutlass.
Well,
Right,
the
like this
reason
way
I
you get
asked
to
that-
keep your old
Go for it.
version. Yeah, this way you get to keep your old version. Like, it's like having an old 1969 Dodge Charger and then having like the newer Dodge Charger.
And also,
this
too,
way you
like,
can
I
have
should know.
yeah,
There have been
vintage
plenty
car.
of people who have seen like the Cutlass Black rework. There have been plenty of people who have been like, "Hey, we should be able to get the old model of Cutlass, with some, maybe you have your components just kind of sitting in a pile in the corner there with wires haphazardly plugged into them." But it functions, but it's ugly. It doesn't do, it
Okay,
doesn't have
hated
all
the
this
original
component
Cutlass.
hatch and shit. But it's got that original look to it. Going, hey, this should be way down the line, but that should be a thing. And I'm like, hey, I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that'd be really cool to see, like, hey, here's the original model Cutlass Black, and like I said, you've got this all this exposed shit. You can clearly see shit's been aftermarket added in just to make it barely functional here in the modern day and age, but it does work.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to do something like that, because I think there's a few ships, those older ones. I'm thinking specifically of the Herald, that need, the freelancers that need, like, I honestly think the Herald cannot function under the new metrics, not just, because it doesn't have the game code, but I think the physicality and shape and
Like,
size
for what
of
they
that
want
ship.
to do and want all the stuff to tie in together too, it just won't work.
Yeah, like I think you're gonna, there's no storage space on that thing. So where are you gonna have a space for a storage suit? Gun rack. I think it did have a gun rack.
It does
but
have a
was
gun
like
rack.
only
I
one
was in
weapon.
it during the expo. It does have a gun rack.
Yeah,
But
no, it's a
again,
good
like,
point.
you got that, but then there's also, it wasn't modeled for the physical size components of all the different components. I think it had one access point to a, no, it didn't even have, the shield generator actually used to spawn sitting on the floor. Like, it didn't even have a physical place to tuck it into the ship. Like, that's how badly sized it is. So I think you're going to see ships like that they're going to have to come back and go, hey guys, I know this.
We're gonna have to rework this again.
Yeah, and that's where I
Yeah.
think it'd be better, because I think if they were just to come back and go, hey, everyone who bought that Herald, yeah, you're not getting the ship that we sold you. You're getting something different. I think you'd see an uproar. But if they went the route we're talking about, like, hey guys, you can still have your retro Herald. It's not going to be very functional, but you can drive it around the verse and look cool in it. But then the 2075 model is going to actually be properly sized to fit all the game mechanics, and it'll be able to do everything that we want it to do.
It'd be like, hey, you pre-ordered a 2930 edition Mustang Charger.
See, I think they need to get rid of that pre-ordering thing. I don't think you should.
Well, I mean, I do like that.
I don't like
you see
concept
ships in-
sales.
Well, I like them just because.
Well,
I have an issue with.
I don't have an issue with seeing what they're designing, like that part. I just don't think they should be selling those ships, because
That's fair.
that's
That's fair.
what's leading into this problem where people have ships that they bought that they bought because the concept was, this is what it's going to be, and years later,
It's-
CIG is now going to have
Yeah,
to deal
it's
with
essentially,
that
it goes back
problem.
to what we're talking about here, where
So-
you have a concept and it sets this expectation in people's mind that I'm expecting something like this concept, but because of gameplay mechanics and
dropship.
Terrapin,
because of gameplay mechanics and new tech and everything being added in, that concept's gonna have to change to fit in the new persistent universe.
Regime
So-
is a
they're
perfect
basically
example.
creating the problem by selling the ship.
Yeah, no, I agree.
At least the
but
concept
either
should,
way,
yes.
no matter what, I think they should still be showing ships and concepts. And honestly, I think we need to.
Yes.
I think we need to tone down a bit, or at least give us the players more insight into ships that are coming out to BA straight to flyable, because it's like there's been stuff like it's like, okay, that's interesting, but wait a minute, and we're finding out problems because it's like CIG is still, they've only got a couple hundred people here. There's still all kinds of issues that when stuff is wrote to the community at large, and we're like, hey, that wasn't quite what we were expecting there. They're kind of like, oh.
Yeah.
For example, look at the Spartan. Now, a lot of people like it, but at the same point, it's like, hey, we finally got an APC, cool, and it only goes on one ship. It's like, you heard that we wanted an APC, and that's great. However,
And it's not
might have been
modular.
nice. Oh yeah, exactly. And it's just like, might have been. Now that's not to say the Spartan doesn't look like it's a good vehicle or that.
Right, it's that when we all wanted an
Nice to
APC.
have a Ursa Rover sized vehicle that was a dedicated APC. So
Exactly.
armor,
Yeah, we all
keep
wanted
your people
that.
safe and got seats in there and room for their weapons and shit. And it's just meant to get in there and get your people in there, kind of maybe a bit low key, low signature rating, and compared to a ship, and boom, there you go.
Yeah.
That's its entire job.
It's an APC, not an infantry fighting vehicle.
Exactly.
Which, for people who aren't familiar, an APC is generally like a very lightly armored troop transport, whereas infantry fighting vehicle is a somewhat better medium armor
You're halfway
offensive.
between a Humvee and a tank.
Yeah. But anyways,
It's meant for your infantry to be sitting inside of while they're in the battlefield, whereas the APC is just get into the battlefield without them getting any extra dings or hits on them, and then let them
No
scurry
boo-boos.
up and do their infantry thing.
yeah, I think CIG should get away from concept sales. I do think they should continue to show us concept ideas. Like
Yes,
that part
and
of
I
it,
think
absolutely.
we've been getting less.
Yes.
Like we've been seeing less concepts as we're getting more straight to flyable stuff. Stuff like I mean,
Well,
the Argo
that's-
Raft was interesting.
I think that's marketing, though. I think that's marketing
Yeah.
going, we don't want to
Marketing is
show
the worst
you
enemy.
into. Yeah. They need to. Yeah, there needs. I personally would vote for some personnel changes in their marketing department itself. But
No,
'Cause,
I
I was
agree.
talking-
Whoever's leading this stuff, they need to tone it down, go in a different direction, something.
I mean, we've
we were
went
talking
on.
earlier.
We've went off on the marketing team in the past several times, and I agree. Like, yeah, they clearly either change up what you're doing or change up the people that are doing it.
Yeah,
just
change the process or the person. But having said that, again, I think overall, like CIG in general is doing an amazing job on this game. The devs and the managers in general are top notch, and they need to keep doing what they're doing. That aspect of it is great. It's just that marketing and sales is, like I said to Mando earlier, I don't trust a single thing that marketing and sales says. So essentially, every ship sale, I don't trust any of the documentation that they provide to us, because they've consistently been wrong, and they've consistently oversold what something's
Or just
supposed
outright
to
changed
do.
it to fit the
Well, and I think
current
that's
standard.
the problem with selling like a concept, right? Something
Yeah.
might conceptually makes sense, but it doesn't mean it will actually physically work in the game.
Right,
Well,
that's the
And
thing.
They,
like,
they sell
how
something
many?
based on this conceptual idea that it will work, right? But maybe something comes up and they can't can't add this part, or this needs to be changed, and then all of a
Or
sudden
they just didn't
the concept
understand
doesn't
what they were
fit
being
what
told.
it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And then all of a sudden you have the concept
Well-
doesn't fit what it is, and then you're going, well, why would you sell the concept?
You
Sell the
you
ship.
sold you sold me this thing of A, B, and C, and now you're trying to sell me D, E, and F. Like, what the hell,
Mhm.
CIG?
Or
Yeah,
maybe
that
like
was
they
what
designed the
they,
ship and it's like, oh, it's a really cool concept that does X, Y, Z, and it can't do maybe X or Z because it the way it was designed, or the concept's too small. They need to change. Either way, concept ships are subject to change because they're just concepts, and they're usually designed. Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, they're designed at a specific point, and by the time they're actually brought into started working on them, it's like, okay, the game has changed and evolved, and we need the ship to be able to interact with all these different systems and actually have physicalized components and everything. That means we need to essentially change how it works and how it looks and the interior and all that. And that, yeah, I agree. I don't think concept ships probably shouldn't be sold. Actually,
Think about how smooth the process would be if they came out and said, "Hey, look, guys, we just created this fighter. Or not created, but we're concepting this fighter. It's going to have, X-wing capability. It's going to have a mobile turret on the top that spins around and can actually go underneath. And it's going to have a flying speed of this, and it's a 2-man, blah, blah, blah." And everyone looks at that and goes, "Wow, that's a great concept. We're really interested." And then 3 years later, we get a non-X-wing, but it still has the turret and it's still 2-man. People would go, "Okay, that's not what you said it was going to be, but I'm still interested, and now it's for sale. Yes, I'm interested in buying that." Like, that would be a much smoother process for CIG, I think.
You're not wrong. The problem is they would have to completely change up how they have their entire funding model because originally and
You're still
because they
selling
really had no
ships.
other option. And right now they can do it, but originally they had to essentially do concept sales.
Yeah,
But as it
with the
is,
original,
they're
yeah.
definitely in a position now, especially with these several record-breaking years after year after year after year.
If they were going to
They're
do
in a
it
position where they
smart,
can do it.
Well, and I
now
think
they
the other
can.
thing,
Yeah.
yeah, is that with that too, if they release a concept and don't sell it, then they don't say there's a ship that they haven't been able to put out for how many years, that people have been backed for how many years now. They can work on that. Yeah, exactly, right? They're not feeling like, okay, we have how many people who have paid how much, we have to put this out. Let's push this other stuff to the side, right? It stays as a concept.
Yeah, I think it would require some restructuring of how they put out their ships, in the sense that they would need to have, like, hey, we need to sell X number of ships per year just to keep the profits up. So you would need to they would need to dedicate a certain number of personnel per year. Like, these guys can't work on anything else but these ships to get these too flyable so we can sell these ships, which would cut down on the available manpower for more concepting, but it would alleviate that problem of concept sales. So yeah,
Well, and I
go
think
ahead.
the other thing is, generally they I think I couldn't tell you how much money they make and all this stuff off the concept ships, right? But I could tell you that them releasing it at concept, they have a lot more sales at that time, right? But I think people aren't probably realizing is whenever the ship gets put in a game and it's viable, the sales also go up, right? Like,
yeah,
putting more ships into game that have been conceptualized would also be making them money. Like,
well,
it's not necessary to just do concept sales continuously.
That's the problem with concept is yes, and that's why they're doing it. I think this is just me, but I think the reason you see bigger sales at concept is because it is concept. In other words, it's not nailed down.
It's up to the person to decide, and
yeah,
then they choose to spend their money, and it could be something that is completely different than what CIG has in mind.
Right. So that's why you see bigger sales at concept, whereas when the actual product comes out, straight to flight, then you've got people going, "Oh yeah, I kind of like it. No, I don't like it." And so you don't have as much sales.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Mhm.
think that's where you would need to, going back to what I was saying earlier, that's where they would need to say, okay, we need to have, I'm just picking a random number here. We need to have 5 ships this year that come out straight to flight. That will cover by selling 5 ships, that will make the same amount of money as if we had sold 2 concept ships. Just as far as the actual cash numbers go of how much is made on the concept and how much is made against a. That's how, I guess what I'm saying is
Mhm.
that's how they could offset that money loss from concept sales. But that stops those people from going, hey, I didn't get the ship that I wanted from the concept sale.
Mhm.
So I don't know. We're doing a lot of conjecture at this point, though. I mean, we're way
Yeah,
out in the field.
quite a bit.
There's nothing wrong with that.
True.
But yeah, I
But
think, and honestly, I can say, like, going into this, my point of concept ships has definitely changed. I do agree with you that now more so that they're almost selling it with the intention of getting people to, yeah, like you said, they're selling it based on what you're thinking and not what it's actually going to be, right? Like what
Right.
your expectations you're setting for yourself and not what it's actually going to be for the concept ships.
And if you want a really good example of this, just this weekend I was watching Salty Mike, who I don't know if anyone's familiar with him, but
Mhm.
he's a content streamer for
He's a
YouTube.
prominent Star Citizen YouTuber. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was basically on a rant about the Crusader, and he was having
Which one?
basically a kind of an argument with one of his callers about what it means to the game, bringing the Odyssey in.
Which Crusader?
Sorry, not the Crusader, the Odyssey. My bad.
Okay.
And the thing that really grabbed my attention and kind of encapsulates what we're talking about is he was reading the line of the sales brochure for the Odyssey, and he's like, "This is the best civilian explorer ship. Period." He's like, "That's it. So what happens to the Carrack?" And he goes off on this rant about how, like, the Carrack was supposed to be this one thing, and the Crusader, or I keep doing that, Crusader. The Odyssey
Missed
is
Odyssey.
now being sold as the better version. They're just doing this to make money. And in my mind, I kept clicking to, dude, calm down. Think about, like, look at what you're reading. They said this is the best civilian explorer ship. That's their wiggle
Well,
room.
you can read that though a
That's
few different ways though.
but
You could see as
but
the Carrack
that
is military, and so it's not civilian, but it could also be read as it's
but
everything we
I
get as civilian because we're civilians and we aren't military and we can't have military stuff.
totally agree with everything you're saying. But the point I'm trying to make is that look at what their marketing put out. They gave themselves that wiggle room to say that, and what you were seeing in that episode is you're seeing Salty Mike's version, his interpretation as he's looking at it of what his concept is, not necessarily what CIG's is, but what he thinks. And that's all I'm getting
Yeah.
at. I'm not trying to say he's right or wrong. I'm not sure.
At the
I'm
same
It's just a
time,
matter.
though,
It's just a
you're
matter of
giving him too
subjective.
much credit.
It's subjective perception,
interpretation.
interpretation.
Yeah.
I definitely see where you're going with that, and honestly, you could be right. But again, going back on interpretation, at the same point, could they have left them an out with that and go, oh, the Carrack is military? Now that being said, though, as it is now, obviously the Carrack does not have refining capabilities, but it does have modularity, which
And it has
could
the mapping.
add refining. It has mapping abilities. It has
Which the-
drones as well, which are
Yep.
supposed to be somewhat versatile. And they've said drones are supposed to be, at least the plan was, drones are a standardized size. So like, oh hey, if I have a Carrack, I could take what's the mine there? The Nautilus? I can
Yeah.
load a Nautilus drone on there to disable mines. I can't
or
store
the
it
Vulcan's
anywhere.
repair drones, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the
So-
Apollo's
Vulcan.
medical drones. So
Exactly.
But
so
another
that
thing
might
that Carrack has
provide that.
is repair. That in the Odyssey does.
Yes, the repair. Well,
We don't know what repair
yes.
means, but it
Yes.
says specifically that it can do repairs, whereas the
Yes.
Odyssey does not mention that.
Correct. Now that being said, though, I can't help but feel the carrot got ripped off with its hanger size versus the Odyssey, which I think some people were doing the sizing game and are saying that theoretically a fucking Ares or Ion should fit in there.
I don't
It's a
think that's
little
accurate.
It'd be like scraping the walls, like that close. But theoretically,
Odds are it probably won't actually fit in there, but the point is that the
Just imagine
hangar
it's
is
that
large enough to fit ships that cannot fit in the hangar of a Carrack.
Well, to me, it's the fact is that they didn't provide enough information that allows us to get to this point of conjecture. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Like,
no, absolutely.
The fact that we're having these conversations is points a finger at their marketing department and their salespeople and going, "You didn't do a good job explaining what the ship is supposed to do."
Right. The reason we're having this conversation is because we have little to no information on it, and the problem with the and the problem with the Odyssey as well is versus the Carrack is, for starters, the Carrack. Cam and I, we've gone on rants about the issues of the Carrack multiple times on and off stream. About the hangar. Why is the floor of the hangar elevated compared to the rest of that specific floor of the ship? The elevator, the cargo elevator doesn't go down to the ground, etc. But with the Odyssey compared to the Carrack, honestly, the way I'm looking at it right now is just okay. Yes, it's a concept ship, so I'm not giving it too much. I don't want to say care because I do care, but I'm not giving it too much attention. It's kind of like, okay, cool. I'm going to focus on something else, though, because, again, it's a concept ship. We're probably not going to see it for, X amount of months, if not years. And, by the time we do see it, there's going to be some changes. There's going to be probably some stuff. Like, I doubt it's going to keep all the missiles. That's just me. I don't think it's going to keep all the missile stuff. But my problem with the Odyssey is that it seems to be more combat oriented than the Carrack, when the Carrack is a military explorer and this is supposed to be a civilian mining explorer, if that makes any sense.
No, I know fully. I fully agree. It has 3 size 5 turrets. How many missiles?
I don't know.
I don't know, but I'm going to go bring up the page here because I think we have it in front of us for those watching anyways.
It has the ability to house several ships in its hangar, which means you can have a fighter escort and have a terrapin.
I understand it's only supposed to be able to fit a small size ship in there. That's what they're marketing on the actual page for it. Is only a size small.
Let me see if I can find some of the metrics that were shared, at least so far.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I
get what you're
at the CIG marketing verbiage.
Also, if we're going to talk about ship concepts not making it to the reality, I mean, also on Cam, how many times have the three of us just raved on about how unloved the terrapin is?
Oh, absolutely.
Again, I'm just trying to. I agree
it's
that
ridiculous.
Yeah, it is, and I think maybe selling the concept isn't a good idea. Like announcing them, like, hey, new concept. What do you guys think? All that stuff, great. Just don't monetize it yet. You know what I mean? Like until maybe Gray Box or something, then you can maybe start. Like once there's something that we can actually grasp onto and sink our teeth into, then you can monetize it, right? But before, when it's essentially just a JPEG. Don't, because how many I have? Oh, I don't have the screen share. Hold on. Okay, this is the original concept art of the Carrack, and I fell in love with this image, and it is not what we got. This is what we got.
Not at all.
And it's not bad. It's not what I was expecting.
So to jump on the Terrapin train,
Oh god.
I
No.
actually just stumbled across this week while I was just looking at ships in general, because of the IAE. If you go to the Terrapin sales page, right there in the first paragraph that's talking about the overview, it says, with extensive shield systems and armor layers designed to provide the maximum possible defense for pilot and crew.
Yep.
But
Because it was supposed to be a 2-person ship.
Yep, but according to CIG and specifically John Crew is on record multiple times saying this is going to be a one-man short-range censorship. So
It's like, wait a
how
minute.
does
I don't,
yeah.
and that's
how do you get exploration in short range?
I think that's part of the problem is that you have one person, John Crew, who pretty much has, other than Chris Roberts, if something lands in front of him, that he would be like, yeah or no on it. But other than that, and that being said, it's not necessarily a bad thing to have a unified force to make sure everything is meeting certain standards, blah, blah,
Oh
blah.
yeah, you need it.
But at the same point, I feel like at times there's stuff where we as the community are being told and being sold on certain ideas and concepts, and John Crew goes, no. This over here. And we're all going, well, wait a minute, what the fuck? This is not at all what we were told. This is not what we were sold. This is something completely different, and we're pretty much just sold out. Too bad.
Yep.
I mean, look at, classic example. Look at how the Carrack turned out, and CIG was like, here's the Carrack, and everyone's like, what is this thing? Where is our Carrack that we were sold?
where's this butte right here?
This looks nothing like what we were promised, and CIG was like, oh, hey, what's going on? We'll do some touch up, but it's like,
Yeah.
it shows that you were very clearly out of touch with the community, at least on that aspect of it, and that's really bad.
Yeah.
That's really, really, really bad, because the whole point is we're supposed to be in sync. We're supposed to be the shareholders, right?
Bodeby. No, you're not shareholders. You're just contributors. You're supporting. We don't.
Well, I mean, I understand the legal aspects of it, but per Chris Roberts, we're supposed to, and I'm not sure, like, we should be able to march in there and see everything. No, that's silly. But obviously, some things need to be kept under wraps, and some things are work in progress that even in the alpha state we're not really going to be ready to see. I fully understand that aspect of it, but there's very clearly times when what the internal teams are doing and what we're aware of they're doing are diverging a bit, and if we don't touch base at least a little bit here.
You guys remember this? The little GIF, whatever you want to call it, of the old Carrack models that they did have?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've got one for the Terrapin. Another question for you guys.
Yeah.
So, originally, it's supposed to be this long-range censorship. Basically, it goes off on its own and sits around and scans like a wide area to see what's out there. Now, afterwards, they've dialed that back and said, no, it's supposed to be short range, but it's gonna have these. It's still gonna have these long-range sensors. My question is, how are you supposed to use the ship then? You can only fly a short distance and then turn the thing on? Like that to me is
If I have long-range
counterproductive to
sensors, then really at this point, the only thing it's going to be useful for
why
is
take off?
Well,
Why
exactly.
not sit on my pad, turn the sensors on, and go, yep, I can see everything out to the nearest moon. Okay, turn it off, Bob.
Literally just sit the ship in orbit around, say, Crusader, put the scans, you essentially just turn the Terrapin into the Hubble Space Telescope.
Yeah.
On that note,
I can move.
then also too, add in that now we're being told that as part of the exploration gameplay, we're getting these sensor drone thingies we can send out.
We still don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, we barely know. I think we got a couple of lines during SitCon, I think, on how, because they were talking about scanning. They're like, we want to have, there's the ship scanning, there's the FPS scanning, but now we're going to have this drone scanning kind of. And I should note too, the way they were talking is that these are not drones like what we're talking about, the Orion or the Carrack having in their drone bays. These are a separate bespoke item just used for exploration, akin to how countermeasures or missiles are their own bespoke weapons and don't use regular weapon hard points kind of stuff.
I think where I have nothing to base this on, but I think what they're Yep. But what I think they're thinking of is, like, for those who've played Elite Dangerous, they'll understand what I'm talking about. In Elite Dangerous, you can pull into a system, you do a general scan on a system, it tells you there's XYZ number of moons and planets around. And then as you go out to get closer to those objects, when you get within a certain distance, you can launch your sensor, basically like torpedoes. And what you do is you try and blanket the coverage of the planet, and basically you launch, six of these, we'll call them drones, and they launch out, take a while to get there, but then boom, they go off and they cover a certain amount of area. If you do it right and you aim
the word you're looking for is probe
points, you get full coverage of the whole planet, and then it gives you information that you can take back and sell. I think that's the idea that they're going for with these sensor drones, is that basically kind of like a torpedo, you just launch it out there, and maybe you program
it's
it
a probe.
It's a probe.
Yeah.
So it's, maybe you're gonna tell it to be active the whole way out and give you a picture all the way there, or maybe you tell it to be blind and dumb until it gets to a certain destination and then it goes active. And then I think what you'll be able to do is, once it gets somewhere, you'll then be able to target that as a jump point to get to it. But that's pure conjecture.
It did sound like, well, I should note, if I remember right, and Amanda, you want to see if you can pull up that the clip on scanning from Sitcon, but if I remember right, they did say that they would be configurable, in that you could either go and send, so you've got this sensor you send out, and you could go and have it scan pretty much the whole system, but presumably, and they didn't go into too much detail here, but presumably it would be, if I want to have the range be super high, my detail is going to be super low. So it's like if there was a couple capital ships in a battle and those wrecks are floating in an area, I'm probably going to go and see that. Other stuff that's really high in visibility for whatever I'm looking for, I'll see that. But otherwise, I'm probably not going to pick up too much. But I can also go and draw that range into where I could send a drone onto, or a sensor onto a planet, or just one section of a planet, and be seeing, oh, hey, I found part of a wreck of a freelancer here, and maybe I can pick up that it's still got a power source active, just something like that. You're going to be able to see much finer detail because that range is much, much smaller.
Yeah,
so it does sound like we'll be able to adjust that kind of on the fly, because so you could go and be just doing, hey, I'm a salvage ship here, and I'm going out and I'm just looking for these big battles here to scoop up as much just raw scrap and components and junk that I can get, before anyone else gets there, before any other large groups get there. So I'm only looking for that large stuff. If I don't see anything, I'm off to the next system. Screw it. Smaller stuff isn't worth it for me. So it sounded like we would have some amount of control over that scope of these sensors, which would be really cool. But at the same point, it does go, okay, where's the Terrapin fit in there then?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's part of the problem too, is it's like when the Terrapin was concepted and sold and put in game, the idea of these sensors didn't even exist yet. Yep. It was not a thing. And now we're going, oh, well, yeah, they're a thing, okay, well, where does the terrapin fit in there? We're going to get to times when stuff is not going to fit too well. You're going to have it to where, oh, hey, this mechanic has made this ship almost use. I mean, look at, for example, look at the Argo MPUVs. Right now, they're looking somewhat useless. Now, they have said, of course, the back end of it is modular, and we're like I said, we've seen data mined evidence that they're looking at like a mining variant. So there's definitely
the Fakakta
some
mining arm
ideas
attached
going
to the
around there,
head.
but not everything's going to go and fit too well.
See, what I would be interested in is if instead of having it as like a drone, right, where you can send it out, as if they had it like a sensor where you could just have it. What's the word I'm looking for? Persistent, I guess, where it stays, right? So you could set up a scanning node, and then it just stays there, and it scans within a certain radius of it, and then it doesn't remove like the moving scan, like the terrapin, right, where you're moving around and scanning stuff.
Okay, but then, so what you're saying is what you can only launch these probes out dumb until they get to a preset spot and then they go active only?
Yeah, something like that. Like you wouldn't be
Okay.
scanning along the entire way, right? It would start scanning once it gets to where you want it to, or you set it and it scans, right?
Okay, but then again, why do I have the terrapin if I just say once an hour launch one of those probes out on wide scan? So it's basically just giving me an image of, the system and say, everything down to capital class ships. So I can, once an hour I get an update that basically these ships are moving around here. Why do I have a terrapin?
No, absolutely. Although, and on one hand too, though, you might have it to where you have a lot of different ways to get to the same thing, but
Right.
that does
I think
leave a lot of redundancies. But you could have it to where, like, for example, if I have what is it, the Reliant Mako, which is the news recorder one?
Yes,
Believe
that's a
so,
news
yeah.
van.
Have
Yeah.
that sitting outside of a jump point, let's say it's a highly used jump point here, and I'm part of an org, let's say, and I'm on the lookout for certain activity, whether it's pirates or certain cargo or something, who knows?
Right.
And I'm just sitting there recording all this information, sending it back to whoever the hell. And oh hey, now my buddies who were, let's say the guy's a scout for a pirate group. Hey, we just saw a merchant go by in a caterpillar, and he doesn't have any escorts at all. He's all by himself. Cool. Let me go and flag that one. And now my buddies are like, hey, all right, we just saw that thing fly up. Is that now a alternative to the scanning and or exploration mechanics?
Don't know.
It's like,
yeah,
where
I
do these
guess
things
so.
overlap and where don't they? We don't know.
So I
And
guess
that's
what
the
I would
tough.
say with something like this, right, with scanning,
Mhm.
is really hard to have. So like I guess it's really hard to do it because you either have one of two things, right? You have like the terrapin, exactly like you said, losing its like specific use, right? Like it's extremely,
Mm. It is
Yeah.
but at the
only
same
for
time,
scanning.
if you don't have stuff like that in the game, it's like essentially you have to buy this one specific thing or you don't have this scanning, right? Which
Hmm.
in a sense it's not, but I guess the difficulty is like I don't think having the scanning in, it's with the scaling. Like you said, how powerful is it? Like the terrapin should be able to do a big scan, and like you said, maybe these drones should be able to do a much smaller scale with a lot less information, right? Like a generalized thing. I think that's where the problem. I don't know if it's necessarily with that
I
being
just
in
had
the
a
game, but it's with
horrible
the
idea.
scaling of it.
No, I just
Maybe
had a
it's the
horrible
opposite,
idea.
actually. Maybe it's that the terrapin has a wide range, gives you a big picture, but then if you want a detail on a specific area, that's when you need to use a drone, and it has a very limited range, but it can give you much more detail of that
Yeah, like
limited zone.
In other words, you
yeah,
find
like I
something of
said,
interest, but
they
you want to
have
get it
to do it
closer.
without having them overlapping each other's specific use. Like they have the same
Yeah.
general use, which is scanning, but they need to find a place where both of them fit for
No,
like
no, 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 no.
specific
I
uses.
got it. I know exactly what's going to happen. The terrapin is only used to send out these sensors. That's it. It's literally just
Nope.
just
Nope.
carry sensors. That's
Like a
all it's
drone
good
array.
for, and that's it.
Just a big drone
That's
array.
all.
Oh,
That's all you get.
well, then it's going to get remodeled so it looks like an Argo with a drone box on the back.
Oy vey.
Yeah, bravo. Honestly, I love the look of the terrapin just as it is. One, it's way overpriced, and two,
Yeah.
it's fucking useless.
They've
Give us
nerfed
some-
it to
like I said,
hell in
give me a
purpose
medical
and in
variant of
function.
it.
They've
I
nerfed
got
it. They
it.
nerfed its purpose and its function. Like it's no longer this,
Yeah.
Advanced
Yeah, it's
scouts.
literally
This
useless.
essentially, okay, I'm setting up behind this rock to scan this entire region and report, in uncharted territory or something like that. It's more. Essentially, it's anything any other ship can do its job. It just doesn't have the scanners to do what the terrapin does. It's like any other ship
Yeah.
can do it. You know what I mean? Like it's true. I love the design of the terrapin, and it sucks that it's kind of been mistreated.
Well, I feel like it's so much wasted potential just because
Yeah.
as it is, I feel like the terrapin, and especially if you were to get a terrapin max kind of thing, you got like the freelancer max. If you were to scale the terrapin up by another 50%, so 150% its current size, I feel like it would be a wonderful contender for the Cutlass Black, in that it has a nice large bay there. You might be able to make that ramp so it could fit like a rock or something like that.
At least
I
a
feel like,
dragonfly.
yeah, at least a dragonfly. Although I feel like you might be able to scrape a dragon. No, those panniers are probably going to hit the sides, but yeah, make it so it could fit something about rock sized in there. I feel like that would be a wonderfully versatile ship. Give it a 2-person crew, give it a turret on top, boom, there you go. Or a turret
Yeah.
on the bottom, whatever.
Yep. It's got a lot of potential, but it's not. They're not tapping any of it. And to me, making it short ranged and at $220 US,
Oh yeah, the
short
price point's
range,
ridiculous.
and it's only supposed it only fits one person. Like
Yup.
that whole one person thing, that defeats the whole purpose of it if it is a scanning ship in the first place.
Mhm.
Because think about
Exactly,
it.
because you have to
You-
get out of the cockpit.
Well, not only
run
that,
over to the chair.
the pilot's got to go to sleep. Who's
Yup.
scanning while he's sleeping? Like,
Exactly.
what's the point?
The
Like,
ship is down. The ship is entirely down.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
like,
essentially it loses its role as a mobile scanning unit and it becomes a stationary. Like you have to stop.
Yeah.
and it's got a bed. It's got it. It's but okay. Here's my point. Why does it have a bed if it's a one-man short-range
Well, exactly. A
item?
short range ship doesn't need a bed.
Why wouldn't he just drive home, go to bed on
Exactly.
his base?
If I'm operating out of a fleet, and they, I know they've said before, oh, it's meant to work in conjunction with a fleet. Okay,
Then-
but even if we accept that, again, why would I ever need a bed?
And
I
why
wouldn't,
would I
because I
need a
would just return
separate
to fleet.
chair?
Oh, well, exactly. If this is a one person, and I know part of it is that it was going to be 2-person, but I think what it was is they had everything set for 2-person until they got to the point where, oh, we need to add a bed and add a weapon locker and add an armor. Oh shit, we don't have enough room. Fuck
No,
it, make
it
it one
can fit it.
person.
It can
Well,
fit it.
it can.
I-
It can, but for whatever fuck all reason, and they didn't bother going and saying, okay, well, let's redesign this shit. And now, yeah, it's like, as the pilot, if this is a scanning ship, why am I going to this separate scanning chair? Why is this not routed to the cockpit? There
Yep.
is nothing on those screens that could not be literally anything else. I could literally go and just rip out those screens, rip out those wires. Now, maybe you would have it to where you have a scanning mode. Somewhere you've got missile operator mode, you've got
Why have the cockpit? Why not have the
mining mode.
pilot
Well,
sit in the back and fly the ship?
Maybe you would have it to where I turn on scanning mode, and maybe now my controls all change. I have 2 additional like screens or something, 4 down in front of me with just this scanning information, or for the scanning mini game where my HUD changes, whatever the fuck. But you could have it to where it's just like how mining mode works for mining, to in terms of you controlling the scanning mini game, let's call it. But again, that in no way, shape, or form requires a separate chair. That should not be there. Honestly,
Why not
give it
put
some fucking cargo.
Why not give it a turret view of the front from the pilot's perspective, where the pilot seat is now? Go ahead and just armor that thing over. Pilot gets into the scanning chair and flies the ship from the scanning chair. And he just looks out a camera picture out the front when he's flying it, because you're not going to be combating it.
Really interesting. Honestly, I just thought about
anything like that yet.
Every other ship we've got, for the most part, it has this idea of getting you right up again. It's like I can practically touch space kind of thing. I kind of like this idea that you're in this little egg. Yep. In the middle of this heavily armored, heavily protecting, you're just kind of in the middle, nested there, all nice and snug and safe.
Scanning away.
You're honestly, I really like that. I think that'd be a really interesting concept. And then you don't even need to make that a cockpit. You can keep all the component access there, but you could put
add like a kitchen and stuff, living quarters in there.
That makes 10 times more sense, not only gameplay wise, but in universe wise as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's no reason not to. Look at the fucking Prowler and
the Tavaran ships. Look at the
all the Tavaran ships, like the
Look at the 890 jump. The 890 jump has that battle bridge in the freaking middle of the ship.
Yes, that was what I was thinking of. Thank you. Honestly, and I love those cockpits.
Yeah,
especially.
I've been a proponent of the Expanse idea, which is space is harsh. Like, you've got radiation and you've got all kinds of weird shit going on. You've got debris.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to build a spaceship, what you would do is you'd have your living quarters in the center of it, and then you put all your supplies and your fuel and armor around that to protect it. Like, that the last thing you want is a meteorite coming through your windshield and pop in your atmosphere inside your ship. So to me, I get that it's a game and you want your first person fighters to be able to have that X-Wing versus TIE fighter experience. But to me, anything outside of a fighter, I from a manufacturer's perspective, I would think you'd want to build ships like that where there is no glass.
Everything kind of in the middle.
Yeah. And
I mean,
you're doing everything.
Argue with some hand wavium that it's a transparent. It's not glass. It's transparent metal, and it's just as strong as the rest of the hull.
That is what they say it is.
Expensive, so that's why the whole ship isn't made out of it. And it's like, okay, sure. However,
yeah, that's still a micrometeorite is still going to punch through aluminum because that's what they say it is. It's in war,
like Star Trek,
aluminum alloy bullshit. And honestly, as it is, they're gonna go and throw enough hand wavium tech at it to say that we're going to keep it as is. Here's our hand wavium reasons why. Unfortunately,
but I was just throwing that out there. It's like I've always been a fan of that Expanse version of space travel, for ships. So I would go. I'm on board. Bring it on. Like, I'd love that idea. But
you and I have been talking about that idea for a few years now too. Like the whole let's have a ship where there's no visible cockpit, because for fighters I can understand it, because it also for gameplay reasons as well. Like, you want to be able to know where the cockpit is compared to engines and everything visually, so you know what to shoot at.
Right.
But for something like a Terrapin, where it's an exploration ship, it's supposed to be a deep space exploration ship, but it's been since changed to a short range mess.
Well, Well, also think of the differences that you could have in ship design. Think of what the Odyssey could look like if you didn't have to have a glass cockpit at the front. What if it was flown from the
What about a mining ship without a
a
cockpit?
random position inside the ship
Yeah,
through
absolutely.
cameras? What would the ship look like if you wanted to redesign it to do all the things you want it to do? Like, what would that
Yeah.
ship look like?
If it's not being made as a conventional, because we have these conventional ideas which are based on seafaring ships,
And aircraft.
water ships
Yeah.
and aircraft, and it's like, well, what would it be like if we're actually designing this stuff for space and not harking back to these ideas of, well, you have to have the bridge be really high so you can see everything. Well, in space, there is no high. There's
Yeah,
up,
there is
down,
no
and left
up.
and right, but that's all relative. It does.
Yeah.
It does. You want to have decent visibility lines, but and it's like. But on that note, why are there fucking struts in the middle of every goddamn cockpit? Right? Like, it's like, sure, if you want to argue they're for reinforcement, great, that's wonderful. But it's like, even on like the Connies, why is there a goddamn strut in the middle of my motherfucking, like, right where my eyes are looking across at? There's a fucking
Cam,
strut
I just had an
right
idea.
across it.
I got an idea. You know what they're
Uh-oh.
gonna do?
Struts?
You're
More
gonna
struts?
you're gonna be able to go to the ship
Cousin crows
places.
and move them?
Yeah, counting crows. No, you'll be able to get the Shrike upgrade, which is they just layer over your cockpit with internal.
And give you that like Titanfall
Honestly,
2
I
style camera
I think
view.
that'd be really
Yeah.
cool. It's like, imagine, for example, if my helmsman, for example, for the Carrack, if they were buried, somewhere on deck 2 or 3 in the middle of it, they sit in a chair, and then you have like either out of the ceiling or
Bridge.
something, like a 270-degree visor comes down, folds out, appears, whatever the fuck, and it goes plop, 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 plop. Here's your camera view. Here's your sensors and all that shit. That'd be amazing. That'd be
Hey,
great.
Cam, question.
Yeah.
What's that one room in the 890 that isn't on the bridge?
The battle bridge.
The
Why?
fucking battle bridge.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. The battle bridge.
Are you telling me that it's in game? This concept is already in game? Really?
I know.
Yeah.
Of course, they haven't done anything with it in ages, and they probably
Yeah.
won't ever do anything with it.
I think they'll probably just drop a holosphere in there, and you basically, when you sit in a chair, you basically sit inside of a holosphere that just
That'd be
gives
pretty
you essentially what you get now with the unmanned turrets. You just suddenly pops you into that view, that full screen weapon view that you get in an unmanned turret.
What if we had a
I
like
get for some stuff, especially like Drake, I can get seeing manned turrets everywhere, but for a lot of stuff, I don't get having manned turrets. I understand.
That's all back to CR and him wanting that World War II in space flight concept. Unfortunately,
and it could have been done because I used to play way back when I was a wee young lad.
what was the Stone Age like, Cam?
Lots of dinosaurs, uphill both ways in the snow, usual.
I met the first critic there.
When I was a young to mid teenager, one of my favorite things for my birthday, my parents would be like, "Hey, we're going to go out to eat," and I would oftentimes choose to go to a restaurant called Dave and Buster's. And for those who don't know, especially one of the original ones, not just the fucking knockoffs, but the idea was that it's a really big building. Like, we're talking like probably the size of your average like super-store. And in the front of it is a restaurant, normal restaurant, almost probably a little more upper class, classy kind of thing. And in the back is an arcade, and not just like a regular arcade, but we're talking like everything from your standard kind of bullshit, arcade games with the sirens and the screams and all that kind of bullshit. But we're talking like mech simulators, or in my case, one of my favorites was like Beachhead 2000, and you would actually get in this bubble turret, and they had this whole little station set up. You get in there, and you're essentially just protecting this beachhead in this singular turret, and you can get like upgrades and shit as you go, and trying to take down enemies coming in, boats, helicopters, all that kind of bullshit. And it's like, sure, it's interesting. At the same point, though, all it takes is one guy get behind you, and you're fucked. But it was interesting. So it's like I get the draw of it, but at the same point, it's like some of this shit. If we want to see Star Citizen become a cohesive reality, some of this shit has to fall to the wayside, and be like, okay, for that, if nothing else, for the sake of good gameplay.
Yep.
Some of this shit has to go to the side.
I was talking to Data Machine about this a while ago, and basically what I was saying was, as long as Chris Roberts wants that World War II fighters in space experience, that's going to create problems for the game and how we as players interact with it. And no matter how we try and change it, you're always going to be playing a numbers game as long as you're trying to dial in that specific experience. So in other words, as long as CR wants us to do that, that means we're going to be getting hand-wavium across the board. Anywhere that it doesn't match his experience. If he was to remove that requirement for the experience, then we would start to see a lot more of that diversity that we're talking about right now, which is ships that are designed totally different with totally different experiences in mind.
And that's the thing. We're not talking about they have to get rid of everything they have. No, we're just saying add more variety to the existing roster.
I think they will, but the problem is that the entire game is based off this idea of World War II in space.
Right.
Yeah. Star Wars.
Battleship Yamamoto kind of bullshit. From that point, I don't think that a lot of the hand-wavium is going to go away, and we're only going to see more of it as stuff gets dialed in. They paint themselves into corners, and we're going to get some hand-wavium tech to do this or that or the other thing to fix it. And I mean, that's part of game development. That being said, I think we will get more of these varied and interesting ship designs. Just we're going to be getting them a lot later, and from the alien manufacturers, like, oh hey, we've captured or we've gotten plans for a new foreign ship that's completely completely different to how we build ours because they're aliens, and that gives them the excuse to go out from the designs they've been going for so far. Like, oh, this is a Xeon ship, and because the Xeon, they've already gone like, oh, their ships don't really have an up or a down, and they use this gravity mastery to have them like walking on all the walls and like those weird little paintings that have the stairs in every which direction that blows your mind kind of bullshit. They're going to be using that as their excuse for those new designs, but that's going to be way farther out when most of this shit is already in there and they've painted themselves into those corners. They go, oh, here is our get out of jail free card to explore that stuff. So I do think they will. It's just gonna be way down the line.
We do also have to keep in mind two things. One, they can easily have both. They can do both. World War II in space and a more realistic space combat. With obviously, when you're in atmosphere, it's like World War II in space, but in atmosphere, you're on alien planets and what have you, or moons. And then when you're in space, that's when you get the different types of ships and stuff. But obviously, again, they're not going to do that. They're going to stick to Chris Roberts' dream, and that's fine because that's he's as much as we like to complain about things, he is a creative guy. He has been giving us good stuff so far. Also, got to remember, this is a game. They have to dial stuff down for fun.
Well, exactly, and I feel like at this point, especially with, for example, the inventory system, medical system, Death of a Spaceman, we need to kind of roll that back to the point of fun again, because we're at the point where the game is a chore.
I think we'll get there.
I think we will too.
Oh,
think we will
keep in
too.
mind,
It's
the
just-
inventory and medical
there's
stuff
still
right
some
now.
growing pains.
Yeah, this is tier 0. This is first implementation. So yeah, of course it's going to be a pain in the ass, but hopefully it'll get better and as the rest of the year goes on.
What I always try and remember when I get frustrated with the game is I remember when they first introduced interdiction. Remember when you used to used to fly and all of a sudden there would be like 3 pirate caterpillars
Yeah.
that, like every single time you jumped.
Yes.
When
It
you
was
came out of
like
quantum.
3 minutes. Every 3 minutes whenever you quantum jumped. It was horrible.
Yeah.
Sorry, 3
that
minutes? I meant
lasted
3
for, like,
seconds.
And that lasted for like 2 or 3 patches until they finally went, okay, we found the right dial setting. Now it only happens, once every 50 or 100 jumps. Like,
Yeah,
but it
it's
took
much
that
rarer.
long for that. I remember at one point I showed up at Port Olisar and I counted over 15 pirate caterpillars just hanging out because people were jumping into Olisar, so they were spawning.
Yep.
And it was just like, what the fuck is going on?
I remember that.
There's 15 caterpillars trying to attack anybody who comes around Port Olisar, and they're all AI created. Like, what are you thinking, CIG? And, then 3 patches later, everything was back to normal. So
Is it normal? Is it really?
No,
it's
not normal, but it happens a lot.
Yeah. I think that's their process is, put it in at 100% and then slowly start dialing it back until we get to the right setting.
Which
it's essentially
I don't think
instead
is
of
a bad process or something that's like still in
development.
still being produced, right? In
Yeah.
development,
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
Absolutely.
that's a really good thing.
No, I was gonna say that's better than we didn't do enough and then they have to dial it up, because at least in my experience it's easier to dial something down than make create more or increase it.
Well, and the other thing is especially like I know that obviously it was a complete like completely overdone with how much was happening, but when you start like really high with stuff like that, a lot of the player base gets to experience it more, and you find a lot of the finer issues with it that you might not have in testing, like in development testing, right? Because you have so many people experiencing it so much that you go, okay,
You get
well,
data
this
points
and that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And plus, if you start off low and you get to, I'm just picking random numbers, but let's say, you dial it up to 25 and you think that's a good setting. But then 2 years later, you realize, no, we need to dial that up to 50. When you dial that up to 50, now you potentially are going to have interaction problems with a bunch of other systems that you've since then laid down. Whereas if you were already at 50, when you laid these other systems in, that's when you'll see these problems pop up, these interaction problems. So it's much better to do it as you go. Go to 50 or go to 100, find out that you need to be at 50, then layer other systems on top rather than being at 25, layering other systems, then getting to 50 and going, well, I don't know which one of those layers is causing the problem.
Mhm.
So, yeah, it's frustrating some days, but then other days you get.
We gotta remember they are making a game from scratch and really have to make everything that they need to. They need to make everything in order to develop the game. So
well,
I'm
like you
looking
said,
all
it
their
can be
tools and
frustrating,
everything.
Then when you get to the point where it's like it's good and it's almost perfect, then you're going, well, I can see that the frustration is kind of worth it.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the one where they put we get the whiskey bottles back in, and they overdial that. So I'm just running around collecting like tens of $1,000s of cash for a couple months.
Yeah, everybody becomes an alcoholic in the verse.
Oh, I'm already an alcoholic in the verse.
I think they should bring those bottles back because I think it makes a really good gameplay loop in that.
And to give people a reason to drink and get drunk in the game and experience the really, really, really well done drunk locomotion animations that they made.
Well, think about it. Like, okay, number one, if people know that there's random bottles just floating around out there in space in different locations or on planet side, that you got more adventuring going on. And then when the people find the bottle, they have a choice. which that's what Chris Roberts is all about, right? Giving people choices. Do you, here's a really valuable item that you could sell for cash, or do you drink it and go Mando's route and, get the drunk effects going and enjoy that gameplay? Like, to me, that's just...
Or do
that's
both.
win,
Sell
win.
some, drink the rest.
Yeah.
No, jokes aside though, have you got? I did actually get drunk in game just to see what, like, okay, what did what will it do to my character and everything, just for experimentation purposes with the new medical system, and it is impressive the amount of detail and just level of care they put into just your character getting completely fit-chased.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Chris Roberts has a track record of every single one of his games had a mission that you had to do drunk.
Well,
So,
I can confirm that drunk in this game is, when just walking around, is super hilarious and fun, but I am... Let me put it this way. I'm not going to get drunk before doing a mission.
Yeah. Well, no, most of his missions were things like, oh, hey, you wake up and you're drunk because you went to the bar last night. So, but your squadron commander is pounding on the door saying, hey, get your shit, let's go. And you're going to have to play this mission. Your character is drunk during the mission because of that.
I'm fine with that. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. I'm just saying that personally, like, it was fun for like recreational testing purposes, but like, and it is good. And I do actually at some point want to test, how would gunplay work when you're completely inebriated. But so far, all I've done is all I've done so far is just drink a crap ton of beer at Grimhex, then drugged myself with the with the med bed in the clinic there, and then just walk around completely intoxicated. Just essentially, I just had my my finger on W, and my character was walking in almost every direction except forward.
Nice. Well, I think we've pretty much killed most of the vehicle stuff, but we haven't
talked about the raft. So we do have a Q&A for the raft. Obviously, the raft is Argo Astronautics' new ship called the Raft. It's the Reinforced Advanced Freight Transport. The Raft. One of the questions in the Q&A was why the Raft over Freelancer Max, and the answer is designed against base Freelancer, supports quick loading and unloading of 32 SCU crates. So, for those who don't know, the Raft can actually use a tractor beam to pick up and transport the shipping containers that you see a lot of the time in the cargo decks or on Crusader at Orison. So actually be able to transport those, not cargo, like amount of cargo that those could carry, but the shipping containers themselves, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, like they pick it up and
just move. Yeah.
So essentially, the difference is going to be that if you got a freelancer, you're basically going and picking up a bunch of individual boxes and stacking them all into your freelancer. Whereas if you have a raft, you're just going to come over and pick up a shipping container full of those boxes and transport it to somewhere that you need to go.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
in essence, it's the difference between like a semi hauling something in the back and like a freight ship hauling like a bunch of container, right?
Right.
Not obviously they'll be the same, like not the size difference, but the difference in how they're packaged, right?
Yeah, it's essentially a good metaphor. Yeah, it's like essentially a truck hauling with a trailer full of goods versus a shipping.
Well, I think one of the differences is going to be that I think with a raft, what you're going to be doing is you're essentially how do I put this? So one of the common misconceptions is that trading is the same as cargo.
No.
And they're not. And the big difference to take away from this is cargo hauling is you're simply picking up a product. You're being paid to move a product from point A to point B. Trading,
there's a lack of investment. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Trading is you own the product that you are taking
You are
to another
paying
location
for this
and you're
product
trying
to then
sell
take
that.
to somewhere else to then sell. Yeah.
Right. So one of the big differences between a freelancer and a raft is that in a freelancer, you're going to be a trader. You're going to be selling some of your product or maybe all of your product in those boxes in the back of your freelancer. Whereas with a raft, and we don't know this for sure, but essentially you're carrying, you're going to be
That's fine.
carrying a big Connex box full of whatever that product is.
Right. You're gonna be doing it
You're
for
contracting
someone
to
versus
carry it.
yourself, essentially.
Right.
Another thing to note
Being
also.
a contract and investing. Yeah.
Also, another thing to note is the
And-
remote turret operation for, and like the actual tractor beam in the rear of the ship that's controlling you attaching and detaching the cargo crates to the raft. That is a second position, obviously at the rear of the ship. So this is a multi-crew
finish
ship
my
compared to.
Comment real quick,
Yeah,
Mando,
go.
before you move on.
Well, I was
what-
gonna say
what
that
I was-
this is. Go ahead. Sorry.
What I was trying to finish saying was that one of the differences between the raft and the freelancer is that Connex box probably won't be able to be broken up when you won't be able to sell part of the Connex
No,
box.
Probably
So
not.
essentially you're moving one big product from point A to point B. You might actually own that. So i.e. you are trading with a raft,
Well, that's,
but
yeah.
you can only sell that whole Connex box, not part of it. That's all I
that
was
we
trying
can
to finish up.
speculate right now because again that's speculation.
Right.
But I would say the freelancer you can do completely solo, whereas the raft you could in theory, but it's a multi-crew ship. Whereas the freelancer you can you don't need a crew, even with the freelancer max, you don't need a crew for that. That can be one person.
We don't know that you need another person though for the raft because I mean think about it. If you have a tractor beam, if you pull up, park, get your park in 0G, get into your cargo operator mode seat. Why can't you just tractor beam those in for yourself? Why do you need that second person sitting back there? Hello?
No, you could. I'm just saying that I think
it's
you
a question,
may
'cause
want.
This kind of leads into I actually have a couple questions about the raft because it doesn't, parts of it don't make sense how it's designed. Because
Such
to
as?
me, well, why does it have crew quarters for such a large size crew? Like
That's-
what
yeah.
what positions are they filling that you can't do yourself?
Well, you could make the argument that it's a long distance cargo hauler. Like they're going to be shipping these, from one star system to the next or something like that. So they're going to be in transit for a while.
But wouldn't it make more sense to be using a hull? Because I mean, this thing can only carry 3 of those containers. So why not go with like a hull A or a B or a C?
This could be this can be a longer distance, but a smaller option. Because I think the whole A can carry even more than a raft. It's
I
variety.
don't
I
see
think.
it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I personally don't see it. Like to me, it doesn't. That's almost too small of a niche for a specific ship. If that makes
They
sense.
do.
Hey guys.
Hey,
We're talking about the raft.
Like I said, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but to me, like the amount of cargo that it can carry seems extremely limited for the size of a ship that it is and what it's supposed to be able to do. And then it makes me wonder, like, why do I need all that crew space? Why not take away some of that crew space? Only have one bed, one locker, a small eatery area, and a toilet, and take that extra space that was being used for those other people, and at least add another Connex box worth of storage area.
Because then they can't sell it
so
as a multi-crew ship.
I'm sorry?
Because then they can't sell it as a multi-crew ship.
Back to making money with it. Yeah. But
Hey,
in-game...
I gotta head out here.
All right.
All right,
see
man.
you guys.
Good talking with you.
Have a good one. Yeah.
Catch you later.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it's a bad ship. There's some questions that make me wonder if it makes sense as
I,
it's designed.
I've got a few thoughts on the raft. First, I agree with you. Proportion size of the ship seems off with regards to how much cargo it can carry. The size of the ship looks way bigger than the 3 tiny little SCU
It's actually somewhat
containers.
bigger than the mole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like 75% ship and 25% cargo.
Part of the reason I think it's that way is because the mole is supposed to be almost like a starter level pure cargo transport ship. So they don't want to surpass even like the Freelancer Max, because the Max
You just said the
is,
mole. You mean the raft?
I meant the raft. Yeah, I'm sorry. They don't want to give it tons and tons of cargo space because the price that they're asking for it is so low comparatively to some of the other ships that they have available. And
Right.
part of the size, I have to say, is taken up because of what we were kind of talking about the last time, me and you, call sign, where you're saying that you think ships should have storage space for suits and guns and stuff. They
Yep.
have 2 suit lockers and a gun rack inside a ship that, in my opinion, shouldn't need that kind of thing because the raft is supposed to do nothing but transport cargo. So,
Right. Just before you popped in, I was actually saying, why does it need 2 people? Like, why not take
yeah.
away one of those bunks, one of those suit storage lockers?
Especially if it's
Why do
supposed to
you
be
need
a
that
starter
big
ship.
eating booth?
Mhm.
And then,
Well,
with that space saved, at least add another Connex box worth of storage capacity.
yeah, they want it to be multi-crew so you and your buddy can go transport
Yeah.
things. And they have all the stuff inside the ship, probably so if you're, well, it's meant to carry the idea that you can travel long distances and you can sleep and eat. It's basically
Yeah.
like a little apartment that transports cargo, I guess is the
Yep.
way to think about it.
Do we know
I
what
agree
its
with
long?
that.
Do we know what its distance is actually? Like, it has a jump drive, right?
It does have a jump drive. I do
Okay.
not know what kind of fuel capacity. If we look on Urkel.games, it probably has that listed.
Good point.
I do want to say this. Any reservations that I have about this ship, I actually do absolutely like what I saw with the interior. Like, I like the style that they're going for, what Data was just pointing out. I actually really liked the idea that, like, they're starting to make these things feel like a home that I would be willing to
Quality
actually
of life.
live in to do my job. My only questions are about how the raft specifically is supposed to do its job. Overall, the design, I like it. It's just these little particulars that I'm kind of like, I don't know about. I just
Well,
want to go on record.
we're kind of getting a glimpse into the way the cargo refactor is going to affect things. I've heard
Yeah.
some other people talk about the fact that these are 32 SU cargo containers, so you drop them, you pick up the next ones, and you go. You don't have to worry about manually loading cargo into your cargo hold, which presumably is going to be a thing that people are going to have to do, or they're going to have to wait as the AI do it
Yeah,
for
I
them.
think that's what your difference is between the freelance. We were talking about this before you
Yeah.
shut up. I think that's the difference between the freelancers and like the raft is the freelancers. Yeah, you might have a little bit more storage, but you're going to have to unload those boxes individually. Whereas the raft is just going to come in, dump those boxes, move over to 3 other boxes, pick them up, fly off. It's out.
And I will say that 30 or 96 SCU of refined high quality materials is worth quite a bit of money. So you're not going to be doing volume hauling like you would with some of the larger ships, but if you're carrying
Right.
the correct type of cargo, you can still make quite a bit of money in a trade run.
Oh, yeah,
I think
I
you nailed it on
absolutely
the
think
head
it'll
when you
be-
said it's a somewhat of a starter ship. Honestly, again, we don't know what type of range it has. I'm looking at Urkel right now. Its fuel is hydrogen fuel is, I would say, 2.3 million, and quantum fuel is 27,000. give or take.
I haven't really looked at any of the other ships, so I don't know how that stacks up, but it sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
I
how it
agree,
stacks.
though,
It
that-
stacks up. Let's see. You just pull out. I'm just gonna pull out something like the Caterpillar and see what that has. Okay, it's comparable to the Caterpillar. It actually has it has better fuel than the Caterpillar.
So yeah, that's pretty
Well,
good.
better
honestly.
quantum fuel, but capacity. But yeah, and that can change depending on the quantum drive, anyways. Like how much
So
fuel is the quantum drive going to use? But
My only real criticism of the ship is the suit storage and the weapon rack. That makes no sense. Specifically, what we were talking about the last time. This is
But-
a 100% dedicated cargo ship.
But what if you need to get off the ship? Shouldn't you have something that you can
I
store
think the suit.
other
No,
than
I
a
think
flight
the
suit?
suit makes sense, but
You
the
have-
weapon
you have
rack
flight
doesn't.
Suits, but armor suit storage. I know why they're doing
not
it
just-
because
Not just
like I-
armor, though. Don't think of it as just armor. Think of it as like,
Undersuit.
what about the environmental suits? Like
Yeah,
those are
and
still going to be
rogue.
bulky. Yeah. So when I say armor, I'm just using that as the generic term for, all the different types of suits that you might need for different environments. To me, that's where it makes sense that you might want to have that ability.
Yeah, I
Yeah, you
know why
might be
they're doing it
delivering
because,
to
like
an
I said,
outdoor cargo facility on, say, Aberdeen, where you're gonna need a heat suit to survive.
Yeah, this ship was designed to be like a starter entry cargo hauler. So I understand why it's there because they want people to be able to do other things besides just haul cargo in it. But my critique still stands that if you have a dedicated ship that's meant for one thing, it shouldn't have all the other things that a general purpose ship carries. And you see the increase in the size of the ship. The ship could have been smaller if they didn't add those things. So I don't know. That's really my only critique. I do like that they added a turret-mounted weapon instead of forward-facing pilot weapons.
Yeah, you can add pilot weapons though. The hard
Yeah.
points are there.
That's
So-
still ridiculous to me that a freighter would have forward-facing weapons, but I like the turret. It makes sense. As
And-
much as putting weapons on a freighter makes sense.
And just FYI, I'm looking at the actual CIG page for it, and under fuel tank size to be determined, quantum drive medium, jump module medium.
Well, the game
quantum
is
fuel
the
tank.
game. The raft
be
is in game.
determined.
You can fly it. I've flown it a few times.
Yeah, but TBD might just mean that they're leaving it open for adjustment after they get some gameplay numbers from people. It's I think clearly meant to be used in the Pyro system, not so much in Crusader. But I want to say a lot of the ships that we're getting right now are designed with Pyro in mind in terms of the way they function.
You just reminded me of something I knew, but I had forgotten through time, and I was just reminded of a couple days ago. The what is that? The Killian system. Do you know how large the Killian system is?
No,
Oh, we were
I've
talking
really
about
not
this a
really been
few
getting into it.
months ago.
Do you know how big the Stanton system is?
Yeah, it's like 6 or 5 astronomical units.
It's 5 astronautical units. Do you know how big Killian is?
Double that.
Several hundred.
Nope. 150 AU.
Okay. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
I think there's one
Like-
bigger. There's
in
definitely
lore.
one bigger.
In lore, the only ship that has ever actually made it from the center of the system all the way out to there's a asteroid belt or whatever way out there is the Carrack. And apparently the Carrack was specifically designed and built to do that specific task. So that gives you an idea of what you're going to need for distance traveling in that system. Makes you wonder what other systems we're getting too.
Yeah, I mean that if you think about it, the distance that's out there are almost endless exploration possibilities in a system that big.
Yeah. And-
You would literally spend days traveling around in that system,
Yeah.
even
I
in
think
quantum.
I think somebody did a calculation and they're like, it'd take like 100 days, real world days, to fly across that system.
Yeah, it's interesting how they're gonna handle that.
Yeah.
Do you think that they would ever consider having inner system wormholes?
Call sign, you are
I-
wrong. Billion is not
What?
150. It is
Which is,
194.
I'm sorry. I apologize for
It is
for
almost
underselling.
it is almost 50 more than that.
You bring up a really good question though. How do they handle that? And I don't know.
A system that big, I could totally see them saying that there's a wormhole that'll take you from this side to that side. It
Yeah,
it's kind of silly in terms of, well, I don't know. Maybe it's not silly. It just
that's where I
functionally,
don't know.
yeah, functionally in game, it would make sense gameplay wise because if it's going to literally take you a week or 2 weeks to travel from one side of the system, like outer edge to the another outer edge, of real time gameplay in quantum speed, then I
But
could,
what about
yeah,
risk reward? Why not have
true.
some really valuable stuff out there?
I mean, it makes sense from a exploration standpoint. You're buying this ship; it's meant for exploration. Well, here's this huge, massive system where you can go and explore, and who knows what you can find out there.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not going to have just one exploration ship. I mean, they're already showing with Odyssey that there's going to be multiple variants, so there's going to be different things to look for with different ships.
Have you guys talked about the Odyssey yet?
Yes.
We did. We pulped. That's what that pulped red mist on the floor is.
So since I
That's the
missed it,
body.
short version, do you like it or do you dislike it?
I
think
like it,
it's
but I think it's overpriced. But what it can do makes sense. It makes sense where it's priced, but I don't like the price. How does that sound?
Okay, so if you take real world money price out of it, because for me, I don't even
I would
consider
buy it.
buying. Okay,
I would buy it in a second.
so
But it still has some there's still some serious questions that marketing did not answer well that I would like to get, such as they specifically say it can mine quantanium, but does that mean it can only mine quantanium? I personally don't think that's the case. I think it'll be able to mine everything, but they need to specify that. And number two, what does it do when you mine? Does it just put a bunch of rock into your storage cargo, or does it immediately go into your refinery? What kind of refinery processes can it do? How long will they take? Does that interrupt the flow if it does go directly into refining? Blah, 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 blah. Like, those are all those kind of major questions that they need to
okay,
answer.
here's my hot take on it.
Yep.
It says it just has a mining arm. It doesn't say specifically quantanium, so that tells me it can mine any kind of material. They specifically say it can refine quantum fuel, but they also say it has a refinery. So that tells me it can refine any type of material.
I agree.
Uh, when
I'm
you
agreeing with these. I'm just saying they need to nail this stuff down. Sorry,
true,
go ahead.
uh, the way that mining works right now, when you mine something, it goes into a specific storage container. So I think that's still going to be a thing. And then inside the ship, when you choose to refine a job, that material will remove from wherever it's kept as raw material and go into the refinery. And
Right.
from there, the
But
raw
because
ore. Go
but
ahead.
because this is a ship, does that mean that you now need to keep that exact amount of cargo space available for what comes out of the refinery?
I would say, yeah, it's going to take up your storage capacity. And it makes sense. Refined material has to get stored somewhere. It can't just sit in
Right.
limbo. So yeah, I would fully expect that once the material gets refined, and we'll probably see a version of this when the Starfare comes out with its onboard refinery,
yeah.
then it'll come out in some size SU container, and it's either going to get dumped directly into the cargo bay or it's going to have to get transferred. I imagine they might just magic box it from one point to another and it's there. But I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if there's some kind of dispenser that it pops out and you've got a place. That would be entertaining gameplay for me. Um,
I'd be down with that. Yeah. But
that's the
then
way I see it
also
working.
But
What?
another question is, okay, so since you're doing the refining process, is it going to be, 1 unit in, 1 unit out, or is it going to be 1 unit in, 1/4 unit out
Well,
for
that
cargo
depends.
for not for the refinery process? What I'm asking for is about my planning of how much storage space I need to have available for the output.
Well, you get a micro SCU value in the refineries right now, so you know how much raw material is going to get, or
Right.
what size material, or what size, or the volume of material getting refined. So, if you right now, if you mine 2,000 CSCU of quantanium, so it's in 1,000, it'll say 2,000. That equates to, what is it, 20 SCU? I'm pretty sure.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to lead to is they need to have some way of there's going to need to be a cargo management like interface to be able to work this out, because you got to think about, like, you're out in this asteroid belt mining. You need to kind of know what you're doing with your cargo spaces and your refining process, because think about it, like, you're taking in mining raw material, so one part of your cargo grid is constantly filling up. You've got a load that's in the refinery that's slowly trickling out. Like, that's going to need some kind of a management interface. So that's something that I would like to know, like, how they plan on dealing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know if I agree that they need to tell you specifically. I think as long as they give you the numbers in the ship, that you could figure it out yourself, like do some math. I don't I don't like the
Okay.
idea that they just give you all the information, like here's what you have. Honestly, I think all the information there is right now. When you collect rock, you know what how much volume of material you have that's going to be stored as raw rock. I'm assuming in some kind of bag form, or in a different uh, inventory location in the ship than in your main cargo hold, because it's raw material.
You
You'll
know, I'm
have
fine. I'm fine with you having
But
all the
that's the
information.
interface I'm talking about. Go ahead.
I'll say, when it comes to mining, interesting, all the information's in front of you like that, and you just know everything from a single scan. I agree that it shouldn't be that, but I think they should do it in a way where if you upgrade your equipment, and power management and everything like that to the point where you have the best of the best equipment to scan, then yes, you should be able to get everything. But you have to make it a way to level up and give people a reason to actually upgrade it. Otherwise,
well, from what I understand, call sign's question was about in your ship. The way
Yeah.
I would like to see it is, say you have some kind of interface like we have in a refinery now. It'll tell you how much ore is in the raw, or is in the ore hold that comes directly in from the mining laser. You'll have the value of whatever you have in the refinery, and you'll have the value of whatever cargo space you have left. You have all those
That's
numbers, so you just do a little bit of math, and you'll be able to calculate how much space you have, how much space you need. And I'm assuming that when something gets refined, the raw material is just going to get ejected, so you don't have to. You can cut that out. So you'll be able to do the calculation on your own, but I don't think
I
it should
just I
necessarily give you the answer to that problem right there.
I'm not I guess what I'm getting at was not so much that I want an answer, but I just want some kind of an interface that at least shows me, maybe, like, you know, just a generic square of my cargo grid, and maybe it shows some like bar graph, or, like, just colored boxes in general that says, like, hey, this much of your cargo space is used up right now,
Oh
and
yeah.
this is how much is coming in. Like, that's all. I'm not getting into, like, I want Nat's ass, figures and numbers, and I want to be using calculators and like, no. All I'm getting at
I
oh
is
my,
totally
you're gonna
agree
this
with
is
turn
a
you.
off so
mechanic
many people from the
of
game. I'd love that, but I'm a freak, so that's I'm not the best example to be saying what I want right now in this regard.
There is
well,
absolutely
this
no
is
reason why they should not add uh, a
a cargo
value for
interface.
your cargo hold, saying this is how much space you have in your cargo hold that is available. And I would love to see a percentage number there instead of just a green line. I hate the green
Yeah,
line. Give me a
Yeah,
percentage.
because to me,
And
this is you're taking mining, which you do get, like they do give you the cargo quantities that you're dealing with. So yeah, you know how much you have. But when you get to the refining side of it, the refining station itself doesn't have storage space. It's hand wavium. So
Yeah.
you just dump things in and it dumps things out. But if you're going to
It gives you
combine
the
those
value-
aspects
I'm
into
sorry,
one ship,
It gives you the value of the volume of the refined material, though. It tells you this is how much you're putting in, this is how much you're getting
Yes.
out right now.
but you're not having to actually deal with the storage of it. That's what I'm getting at, is that this ship is unique in that it's taking the refinery process and the mining processes, putting them together in one cargo hold. So
I don't
give
think
me
that's gonna
some
happen.
knowledge of my cargo. That's
I
all
think-
I'm getting.
I think the material coming in from the mining laser is going to be stored in the hand wavium compartment. I don't think it's going to be in your cargo hold, because that doesn't make any sense.
No, it totally makes sense, because where does your prospector drop the bags? Otherwise, those
But
would
it-
just be hand wavium.
It's not a prospector. The ship has a mining laser on it. That's what I'm talking
Right.
about.
But it's got to
If you-
put that somewhere.
But it would be, I imagine that there's going to be like a cargo compartment at the ship somewhere underneath in the path between the laser and the refinery, and that's where the stuff's going to get stored. It's not going to go into the cargo hold. This is just what
I
I'm
don't
thinking
think
is
so.
gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think so though. I disagree. I'm not saying that I'm right, you're wrong, or anything like that. I just from what I saw of it, to me it's because one of the one of the things that's kind of got me digging into this is you notice that in the brochure they talk about that you can store, you can fit a certain size vehicle in the cargo grid, and you can fit a certain size vehicle in the landing hangar area, but you can't fit an aircraft into the cargo area. That makes sense, but what it started me thinking is they intend you to use that cargo grid for everything that you're doing, and that's why they're giving you the option to put a vehicle on the landing space, because you may need all your cargo space for that, bringing in the unrefined and then going through the refined process and then storing the refined stuff.
So
That's
since
my
we can't-
thinking.
Since we can't drop bags on the prospector right now, would you be upset if you're not able to transport materials from a prospector to the ship? I mean, right now, if they add the functionality without being able to drop the bags, I imagine it's just going to be another hand waving. You land the ship, you go into the refinery, and it's going to function the same way that refineries do now in the game from the station. You select the drop down the ship, and then it just transfers it magically from the ship into the refinery. That's how I imagine that game is. But if you're mining,
You
from the
could be
mining-
right. You could be right, but I guess the gameplay that I envisage is that you should need to, because of the uniqueness of what the ship does, you should have to physically have that mineable product taking up a cargo space until you put it into the refinery. I don't care if you hand wave the saddlebag from the landed prospector to the cargo bay, but I think it should fill up, that saddlebag should take a cargo spot until it goes into the refinery. Once it comes out of the refinery, then it takes up a spot again.
So
Does that
I
make
agree
sense?
with you. If you land a ship like a prospector, then if you, let's say in game where they have all the functionality in, the prospector would come in, drop its bags. Those bags have to be transferred from wherever it landed to the cargo bay, and then from the cargo bay it can go into the refinery. I'm specifically talking about the mining arm on the Odyssey.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
It doesn't make any sense to me that raw material would go into the cargo bay first. To me, it would go into whatever storage container is in between the mining laser and the refinery, and from there you can choose to eject it if you don't want it, if you don't have enough space.
But we don't
Or
know
you-
that exists.
True, we don't, but to me,
And
it
that's
doesn't make any sense that would go to the cargo bay first and then to the refinery. It would be stored in whatever collection system they have between the mining arm and the refinery. And from there, if you want to store it as raw material, you can transfer it directly into the cargo bay. But it wouldn't necessarily go there immediately. You would have, like you do on the mole, 32 SU worth of space or whatever they decide it's going to be. And then if you want to mine more, then you have to decide what you're going to do with the material that's already there. You can store it in your cargo bay, or you can refine it, or you can dump it. That's the way I envision it happening.
And would they have said it's got this much like raw mineral storage separate from the cargo grid? I mean, if that's what because to me the assumption that you're making is that it has a separate cargo hold just for raw materials. And if that's the case, then I'm okay with what you're saying. But if it doesn't have that, then I think whatever you bring in off that mining head should be essentially becoming SKU-sized blocks in your cargo grid. And to me, that would make sense because you're not always mining what you want in the percentages that you want, so that would allow you to move from rock to rock. And let's say you've only got half a SKU right now of laranite, but you've got 5 of bexolite. Well, because your bexolites are full, you're going to go ahead and start a refining run, but you're still going to have a half a SKU sitting in your cargo until you can find some more of that, laranite to fill it up to 1 SKU to make it worth a refining run.
So the reason that I don't think that's going to happen, it's maybe in game, but initially I don't think that's going to happen. Is one, because when you're mining something, you don't automatically get those materials separated from the raw material. You just, if whatever it is, when you go to sell raw ore, you don't get the option to
if
separate.
you mine an asteroid that is only like one type, you get a heavy percentage of that. That's the base. That's the general thing that you're getting. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, well, to me, it adds decision making.
Otherwise you're just dumping it all into one big bundle, and then when you go to try and refine it, what are you doing? Refining 7 different metals that you've just all combined?
Yeah, it'd be the way the refinery process works right now. If you take Prospector out and you mine 3 different rocks, and each of those rocks have a different material, you're going to have 3 separate types of material, plus whatever unrefined or inert that comes with it.
Right.
When you go to the refinery, you don't get the option you get the option of what you're going to refine, but you don't get the option to separate it beforehand. That's just whatever you have in your cargo hold, or a saddlebag at the time. So you choose to refine it or not. Anything you don't refine gets discarded, and the rest of the refinery materials get processed, and then that would go into cargo. That's the way I imagine it's going to work.
Okay.
So that way, if your mining hold is full, then you either choose to do a mining pass on what you have, or you dump it for whatever other material you're looking for. And by dump, I mean you dump everything, or maybe you can dump a percentage, but you don't choose what material because it's all dumped together.
Right.
You have to refine it and stuff.
I understand what you're saying. Personally, I'm not a fan of that. I would like that ability that, as I'm out there, far away from home, not just running trips, I'd like the ability that, if I found a small cache of, one specific mineral rock, and I got a high percentage of it, but it only is, 50 SKU, or it's only going to fill up half of a SKU, I'd like to be able to put that aside, and who knows, maybe, a couple days later, as I'm mining, I find another rock like that. Now I can make a full SKU of it. I'd like to have that ability if I'm going to be staying out in that asteroid for long periods of time in this, so-called exploration ship. That's just me.
So if we have the ability to add partial SKUs together to make a full SKU, then that wouldn't be an issue, right? You just refine it, store it, and if you find more, you just add it to that container.
I'm talking about the raws. I'm not talking about refining before I get to refining. Like, in other words, I'm just taking in I'm out there mining. And
Well, let me ask you this: why would you not refine it?
because maybe it's not worth it at that point. Like, because while that refinery is running, that's other things that can't be refined.
That's true, but I mean, you're only going to be collecting the things that you want, presumably. So
Right,
why would
but
you
let's
not
say
just
I only-
refine what you have?
Because I might not have found it. If I only found a small percentage of it, you know, let's say I've got item A and item B. Item A is you know, worth a lot of money, but I only have found 5% of it. But item B, I've got a bunch of it, but it's not as, you know, it's not gonna make me as much money, but I've got a bunch of it ready to go. I'm going to be processing that while I'm still looking for more of item A. I don't want to just throw item A in there and take time away from that other process. Like, I would like basically, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying my personal gameplay style is I would like to have the choice of what and when I run it through the refinery, rather than just dumping a big bag of mixed junk into the refinery and going, let's see what comes out, kind of a thing. That's just my personal preference, though.
Okay, yeah, I guess I kind of see where you're coming from, but from a gameplay perspective, at least with the mechanics that we have now, it would be a whole bunch more work to try to get that to function properly, I think. But I don't know. Once we get the refinery on the
I also
there, we'll have a better idea of how they function.
Yeah, I also think that you know, our current understanding of mining is based off the idea of, you know, I run out, I grab something, I bring it back, and I think the idea, I think the process of actually being out there for away from, you know, that back and forth idea mindset, which kind of change how people see maybe what they want out of that mining process. I don't know.
Since they're going with physicalized inventory, even with cargo, it really makes you, it really raises the question of how to transfer materials from your storage hold to your ship.
Yeah.
If the storage hold and the hangar are across the ship, like, I think the way I would handle it would be there would be a dispenser and a collector area where it's kind of like what we have for box drop-off, but larger for, you know, bigger cargo SCU boxes, where you pick it up and you stick it in and it'll transfer it in through the ship internally from where you're at to where you want it to go. Kinda like
Would you be okay with like a basically a collapsible saddlebag type one SKU container that you basically just go set empty on your cargo grid, and then maybe there's like a little hand wavium of like a hose that comes down from the ceiling and you know, funnels your refined material into that block?
Yeah, I'm not talking about from the refinery to the storage compartment. That makes sense what you're saying. I mean, after you, let's say you've got a ship landed and you want to transfer some already refined stored material to the ship. Presumably the ship is going to be in the hangar of the Odyssey, not in the cargo bay. So how do you get the stored
Tractor
SCU
beams.
tractor beams? Yeah, but are you going to have to tractor beam them all the way through the ship? That doesn't make any sense if you have to load like 100, 200 boxes or whatever.
That's where they need to design these ships to be, you know, efficient in what they're designed to do.
Well, that's what I mean. To me, from a gameplay perspective, it would make more sense to have kind of like the, well, how do I describe it? You have a dispenser receiver in both the cargo bay and the landing bay, and if you want to transport SCU boxes, you stick it on there, and then it will transport automatically from one side to the other, and then from there you have to pick it up and stack.
Yeah, I could see that, but like for the Odyssey, they're showing that the cargo and the hangar are right next to each other.
Oh, okay. I haven't actually looked at the
Gotcha.
Load, or what am I? The blueprint. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they have it basically. The think of it as like the cargo hold is where the cargo is on the Carrack, and then what would be right behind the cargo hold on the Carrack is the landing pad.
Okay.
Which to me doesn't make sense, because that's a much longer distance for the elevator or the ship to have to fly, but I don't know, because it takes off out of the roof.
Similar
it's
to
on, like,
the Polaris's hangar.
Yeah,
Or 890 jump. Or Carrack.
but it's three levels deep if you look at the brochure for it.
I haven't looked at the brochure yet, but it's good.
It's,
As I said, I've been busy in game.
That's
so.
and in the brochure is where they say specifically that they mention specifically Quantanium only, and that's why it raises the question of will it mine the other things. I agree with Data Machine. I think it will, but the way that they market it raises questions.
Yeah, they only specifically said it could mine.
Right, it's just it's just lack
That's
of
fuel.
I guess it's a communication issue. When, you know.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's another question. When you Quantanium, so when you take it in, when you mine it in, I assume it's going to have to go immediately to the refinery. Otherwise, does the ship have special storage capacity?
Well, I imagine that you would want to refine that immediately.
Right.
It's gonna be volatile.
And then here's the next question. So it goes into your refinery. Then once it's done being refined, does it immediately go magic into your quantum tank?
Or here's the other question: do you have the option to refine it directly into fuel, or can you also refine it into refined box?
Yeah, good question.
Then, can you transfer a refined material into a fuel, and vice versa?
Yep.
How's that going to work?
And what's that interface going to be that you take a block of refined? You know, do you have to physically pick it up and then walk it back to the engineering space and drop it into the, the fuel cap? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you have, if you refine it into like an SU box, and maybe you have to run it back through the refinery to transfer it back into fuel. I don't know. They haven't really answered that question. I'm curious about that one.
Yep. Yeah.
Again, once we get to Starfare with mining, and we'll have an idea.
Yeah. I actually wrote some of these things down, but yeah, it's that. Again, if you took the price tag away, I would buy this ship in a heartbeat.
Right, but it's the same price as the freaking Polaris way back when that was a concept.
Yeah, I mean it's the same current price as the Carrack, so I mean you're getting quite a bit, but that price tag is too high for me.
You may have already covered this, but what do you think about the people that say that this is a character killer? Do you agree or disagree? I disagree personally.
I disagree.
It's not.
Yeah,
It's
it fills a different role.
Job.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. It's in the exploration category, but it does different things than the character.
Exactly. Like it can't search for jump points like the Carrack can. It doesn't have mapping like the Carrack can. We've gone over the bullet points already earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. I like to think of it as exploration is actually a pie. This is just a piece, a different piece of the pie than what the Carrack does. That's all.
Yeah, my opinion on that is it's always good to have a variety of ships with
Agreed.
Gameplay categories.
I just don't like the mentality like, oh, this ship has to be, it's better than this one. Like, no, why not just have two? You can have two of the same types of ships that do one, the same thing differently. Like there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but not by much.
It has some capital class. I don't think the character does it?
Capital class components? I think so.
What is this? This is MISC.
Odyssey's MISC, yeah.
Okay.
You check MISC, I'll check the Odyssey. No, you check the Odyssey, I'll check the Carrack, sorry.
Yep.
Carrack
the same way. If they'll ever show me the Odyssey. There it is.
Large everything.
Same with Odyssey, large everything. Except, nope. Hold on.
The computers are medium, though.
does C mean?
Capital, I think. Wait, hold on.
Okay. So
Hold on, let me go back to the Odyssey page just there and see. Oh, okay, I think that's, yeah, capital. I'm gonna
Okay,
double
so
check by
power-
checking the 890 jump. I know that does.
So the Odyssey for power plants, coolers, and shield generator are all
Mhm.
capital. But
It says large on the Carrack, not capital.
okay. Everything else on the Odyssey is large,
Yeah.
except for the computers, which are medium.
Yeah, computers are medium on pretty much almost every ship, including the 890s. Well,
Yeah,
actually,
but the Carrack has special.
no, they're
computers.
medium on the Carrack as well.
Huh. It's supposed to be able to have the mapping process
I'm aware.
power. So that might be another general inaccuracy of the website again. But yeah, that's the other thing is the Carrack can do repairs, and so far they haven't found.
And it's got the drones, which are, if you have a drone bay, you can use any of the drones, whether it be repair, medical, or what have you, exploration.
Again, to me it makes sense though. Like this ship is meant to go into the asteroid belt and go find the hot rocks and mine them, and that's not what a Carrack's designed to do.
No, Carrack is meant for like your more Star Trek level exploration.
Yeah. So I'm all for it, and I agree totally with Data that more ships are better.
Agreed. Although this fills we need more utilitarian ships, so I'm all for it. I just think that,
Yeah.
like as we mentioned earlier, the whole selling concepts at the moment. I think after the years and the constant raising expectations and then changing them and all that.
I think one of the things that I'm really into about the Odyssey is just the concept, which I wish they would delve more into, of ships that don't need, ships that you can just go out there and do what you want to do, and you don't have to keep coming back to get fuel or to get replenishment or things. Like, I like the concept of, hey, I'm a private entrepreneur. I want to go out into the black until I have to come back because I've gotten enough of what I plan on selling back here. I don't mind other people's gameplay of going from point A to point B constantly back and forth, but for me, I want an RV that I can go off-road for a couple weeks or a month and then come back.
Essentially, you want to have options. That's at the end of the day. We want options. We want to be able to do and play the way we want to play. And giving us more options means more ways to play. So I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, in our group chat, I topped Killian. I found the star system that has even larger of larger size. One of them is a technicality, though.
How is it a technicality?
Because it's not technically a star at the center of the system.
Oh, the black hole?
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a star.
Is that the nomadic black hole that only has like a couple of moons?
It's literally got, I think, 2 planets that are dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's 304 astronomical units, so...
See, that's the play. Now, here's what I wonder. Like, okay, so you got a system like that. There's gonna have to be a way that you can plot to a midpoint. Not even a midpoint, but just a point somewhere along that way that you can set up, business, i.e., the refueling point or something like that. Like, how are we going to be able to do that as game players?
I imagine it'll be through the beacon system.
You think so?
Yeah.
Eventually, because we're going to need those goddamn beacons.
But then, like, will that beacon show up on the star map?
That's a good question. They're going to, I imagine, redo the star map.
I'd hope so, and I think so.
True.
But they keep in mind the star map the way it is now is not going to be. That's placeholder. They're going to rework it. They've said they're going to, and it needs reworking.
You guys are talking heresy. it's gonna be the same forever.
No, that's heresy.
No, because we need that. Like, if you're gonna be trying to like plot your course, you know, across systems like that, you're gonna need to be able to see those beacons of where, you know, player Bob set up his Vulcan and, you know, maybe a Banu merchantman to sell, you know, food out of. I don't know.
Yeah, right now the whole system's set up on a request. You can only see people that are requesting things.
Yeah,
Eventually,
right.
they're going to add the ability. I imagine they will add the ability to advertise.
Not to mention the fact
like a
that
broadcast
we have
feature or
vehicles like the Cyclone RN, which is supposed to be able to drop beacon.
The bigger question is, if you go into unmonitored space, are they
Then what?
going to add a communication range for your ship, or is it just going to be hand wavy and you can connect to any comm relay anywhere in a system, regardless of where you're at?
I imagine there's going to be a range
I
because
want
we have that
limitation.
range now.
Yeah, I would like limitations also.
Like we have that now where there's limitations where you can't, you know, you quantum in between planets and you're kind of in international water, so to speak. You can do whatever the hell you want.
But you can still immediately connect to any of the communication systems. That's what I mean.
Yeah, like you, no matter where you are in the system, as long as there's a satellite around, you're getting notifications of everything that's going on across that system.
Because right now they're not simulating.
No, because right now it's
distance or
kind of
anything
just,
like that.
yeah, it's hands
If
wavy.
you're
But
anywhere and you pull up your mobiGlass, you're connected.
Right.
And I would also like there to be some kind of range limitation.
no, I want
Time
there to
lag.
be dead zones. I want there to be where it's just completely
Time lag.
silent.
Yeah,
I-
lag is going to be interesting. From a realistic point, it makes sense. From gameplay, not so much.
Why not?
It wouldn't
Just
be
to
very
amplify it.
fun. It wouldn't be fun.
Well, make it so that it's, you know, like a standard. If you have a comm arrays within certain distance of each other, then, you know, they're using laser light. It's just, you know, bing, bing, bing. But if you're trying to go across 150, you know, AU, maybe there's a you know, good 30-second lag.
30 seconds maybe, but I mean, besides some of these systems, if we're being realistic about it, it take minutes to hours.
Yep.
From a gameplay perspective, it just would not be fun to have to wait for the communication to get somewhere and then to get a response back. It'd be like newscasters talking to people on the other side of the world where they say something and you have this 5-second awkward wait,
Yeah.
and then the person replies in a 5-second awkward wait. It just would not be a fun system gameplay-wise for this game.
Like when people are watching here on
What
the
if
stream.
What if you had a system where your communication systems could be upgraded, so there's a standard delay time, like, you know, just a flat line, a floor per se of travel time. But if you upgrade your communication systems, it cuts down on that lag time. So the more expensive system that you have, or the more capable system that you have, the less delay there is.
It'd be interesting for a game that's more realistic, but I think for Star Citizen, they should just go with non-tunneling. Because gameplay-wise, it just...
Well, you also,
it would-
you know, the argument is, I don't want to say it's moot, because it is a valid argument. And I want some kind of, like, dead zone or something to simulate, okay, there's no comms here, you're in, you know, it's silent,
Yanking your
radio
box
silent.
out from under you, Data.
But
Well, bam.
I think you gotta remember the Tamsa star system, which is the one with the black hole in it, that's a UEE system, so it probably has comm rays and such in there already.
Well, you know, even having a range limit could also causes some gameplay problems, because then if you're out of range and you run out of fuel or whatever, how do you call for help?
Yep.
It's not fun from a player perspective to not be able to get any help. Then you're just doomed, and you might as well
What
just
if-
kill yourself, delete your ship, and respawn.
So what if you do this? What if comm arrays are radiomagnetic, you know, radio waves? So that actually gives them a set distance. They could hand wave them to make those very large distances in general. You know, so In other words, if you have a satellite up there, it's covering, your local planet and say out to the nearest moon. But then if you start getting on into distances beyond that, then you need to rely on laser light, communications. And that's where you need to actually know where you're aiming at to have to send that information. And that would create gameplay that's where you can start intercepting signals over those long distances. But it still allows you to transit those signals at that, near instantaneous speed. Maybe there's like a 5-second delay just to kind of show that there is distances involved. So it's still gameable, but it's not interfering with the experience of the game at the same time. Does that make sense?
It makes sense what you're saying. And I'd say in a game that's designed to be more realistic, it would be fun. But I don't think that's the path Star Citizen take, just because it would detract. It would cross the line between realism and fun, in my opinion, for Star Citizen.
In what way? In what way does it cross that line?
Because then you're still stuck waiting, and waiting is not enjoyable.
No, I'm saying okay, so
I know what you're saying. You're saying for comms communication, but even if you're using a laser, that's still reducing. I mean, how would you handle it?
No, I'm saying you hand wave. No, I'm saying you hand wavy them it, so it's not a pain in the ass, but it still gives you a slight effect. In other words, so if you have a satellite up in Stanton's system, that is using your radio waves, and that's allowing you your instant communication, such as what we are experiencing right now in the game, which is just boom, I'm getting the info. But then when you get out, you put a limit on the size that those radio wave satellites can actually cover. So that way, when you have systems that are that super huge size, in a way to emphasize the distances without making that emphasis suck, that's where you say, okay, here's where we have some special satellites that don't rely on radio waves. They're using these laser beams to actually beam that traffic there, and to put that sense of delay in there. Maybe they only have a 5-second delay or something like that. So it just creates just enough hesitation that when the player's interacting with it, they're going, oh shit, I'm dealing with long distances. But they're not having to actually sit there and deal with 30-second delays. So it gives you kind of that happy middle ground, which is everyone's getting their near instantaneous communications, but they're also getting a sense that they're communicating over great distances. That's where I was going.
I totally understand where you're coming from, but the Star Citizen's model, I don't think that's a good thing.
Check.
I do want to say hello to Eric K in the chat saying, yes, I have had your stream going the whole time. Geez, you've been listening to us the whole time? I'm so sorry.
Dude, are you dead? Do you need medical first response team to come? There's something wrong with you if you're listening to us for that long. Sorry.
We should probably move on now to the IAE because we've been kicking the dead horse of new ships. So let's see, we covered the Raft, we covered the Spartan, and we covered the Odyssey.
The Odyssey. Woo, we got through 3 things.
Yes. 4 if you count the $400 million milestone.
Oh, that's true.
So are we missing any ships or is that it?
No, that's as far as the new ships.
Okay, so IAE, I've been at the expo every day so far, and even live streamed it. Have you guys been to the expo at least once?
Yep.
Yeah, I've been a few days. I didn't go yesterday, and I haven't been today.
Yeah, the Best in Show stuff's pretty cool because they had that new armor on display. But yeah, so obviously day 1 was Anvil, where they show off the Spartan as well as pretty much every other ship. Day 2 was Robert Space Industries. I gotta say, the Expo Hall this year looked better than it has ever had in previous years. And I did like the audio I guess the audio logs, for lack of a better term, those giant panels that you can play audio from.
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
I love that. It definitely made me feel more immersed. Like, okay, this is a kind of touristy type thing.
One thing I would like to see is, I think it'd be cool if they, like, just randomly had like lootables somewhere in the expo area. I think that would draw more people. Because I think a lot of people kind of go, you know, they go one day and they go, oh, I've been there, I've seen it, I'm done.
Yeah, there's not diminishing returns.
Yep.
Well,
I mean, unless it's the ship specifically that you're going to go look at.
Well, you can rent all the ships every time you go there, which is what I was doing. But it's also it's a kind of fun experience. It really depends on what you're expecting from it, I guess. But you can have everything.
It is cool, but to veterans who have been to multiple of these, then like myself, even if they had things to pick up, that would not be a big enough incentive to really make me want to go there.
I mean, I'll admit, like, I was there every day, but that's mainly because I was recording it. If I wasn't, I'd still go every day just to see it, but see what's new and how the display looks, because I do like what they did with the Expo visually this year. Like, they really did take a lot of the criticisms that we all had about the lack of color and just how it looked like essentially a gray box dev room.
Yeah.
And now it's you
really
look at it and it looks more like a realistic, something like the Javits Center.
Starfield triggered.
But
while we're on the topic of the convention, what did you guys think about that Drake ship that exploded?
No, that was hilarious.
There was a Drake ship that someone got to explode in the convention room.
So how did they
really?
did they get in the cockpit and set the self-destruct?
Well,
Nice.
no. What I thought it was the glitch where when you're running out of
down a
ship,
ramp.
it takes damage, and it explodes. I believe that was what happened.
That's awesome.
That's funny.
That makes it a true CIG Expo.
Yes.
It really does, yeah. I
That
thought it
is-
was pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
See, they need more things like that happening just randomly, and that would draw people. Just like, I
I
wonder
think
what I
just
can
more
do.
demonstrations, because I think at the moment they got the
Would that-
visual elements completely down.
Would that attract data?
They got the
Maybe.
they got the visual element of like how the expo should look. You know, maybe it
Yeah.
still needs some work, but it's good enough. Like, okay, this is good. Now they need something to display. Like, now they need some interactables. Like, not at the
Yeah.
moment it's just a display. And
Yeah, you
for
just
guys
run
like
around.
us, every ship there, we use all those ships like every freaking time we play the game. So nothing new. But if it's something
area-
unique to the expo, like some kind of interactable and mini game or something, then I think it'd be worth it for veterans
What-
to go and actually see it.
I
One area-
personally... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to throw out one area that has always kind of caught my eye. Is it always seems that the area above the displays where the ships are on the ground, that always seems like a big, vast, open, empty space. And I've always thought it'd be cool if you had like either displays or banners, or what I would actually prefer, maybe like different ships hanging from the ceiling, just in different poses, kind of like a kid has airplanes in his bedroom,
Mm-hmm.
kind of a thing. I just always thought that would be a more interesting look to the display overall. Go for it.
So there's a couple ideas that I think would make it possibly more entertaining. One is maybe have say like a tram or a tourist cart system that you just get in, sit down, and it'll drive you around all the exhibits. And the other thing is, I don't want to see anything extra added to these events until we get server meshing, because performance is already bad enough.
Oh my god, yeah, that's a
True.
huge problem. Now that's between the expo and the free fly. I stayed away from micro. Like I'd go to Microtech just to record footage of the expo, and then I'd get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
I think Data Machine's first idea would get us all killed eventually, because
I mean, yeah, people
players,
die,
we're
but
gonna figure out how to take over the train.
You know, we need those freaking we need to be able to drive those PTVs in the.
I mean, you say we need to. You know what would happen? It would be fun for a little bit, but then it would get old because
Yeah.
it'd be nothing but chaos.
Medical
What do you
beds.
mean?
That's
You'd be
all I'm gonna
able to
say.
run over everyone.
I mean, it would turn into exactly what Area 18 was when they first released it.
Oh my
It was
god! Do you remember how hard we
Yeah.
tried to get into those PTVs, and then we did, and like they
Oh.
were on fire.
I remember getting gray cats into fucking Port Olisar.
Yep.
before they added
Inside.
the blocks on the stairs.
Yeah. That was common to like wake up, get out of bed at Port Olisar, go running down the hallway, and oh hey, there's 3 guys in a gray cat and it's
Yep.
on fire. That's
Oh, I have that footage of a gray cat that's zooming by the ship spawning terminals on fire.
yeah, exactly. That was normal. So just imagine
that
doing
was
it at
just
the expo.
typical day in the verse.
Yep. So
So
yeah,
you're saying why are you saying that's a bad thing?
I gotta fall back to Data's second statement and agree that just don't do anything until you got the
Agreed.
shards and
No,
the,
I think on that
streaming
we're
in.
all agreed because at the moment the servers have been well past their limits for years now, and without any form of server meshing, anything you add into the game is going to make performance abysmal.
I mean, they've done an excellent job in making the servers run good, but every time they squeeze that little bit extra performance out, they're like, "Oh, we have this extra bit of performance headroom. Let's add some more stuff in."
Yep.
Which is okay
Yeah.
because they need development.
Obviously, and the
testing
thing
and
is,
stuff
like,
that,
I think what was impacted the most performance-wise were the missions. I mentioned earlier, like,
Yeah.
you do a combat mission like the 890 jump or the bunker missions, that last NPC would never spawn in. You couldn't complete it.
well, right now
Yeah.
the ship bounty missions are the worst because
You kill the
servers are
bounty
running
and then it
on-
won't register as a kill, and you won't.
well, the servers are running on a sequential queue system. So when you get that mission, then that queue, it gets added to the queue at the bottom, so it has to run that queue all the way through. It'll spawn the ship, and when it does that, then the mission has to update, which gets added to the bottom of the queue, and then it can take 5 minutes to the ship to spawn, and then it can take 5 minutes for the mission to update. And if you kill the ship before the mission updates, so you got the marker, then it won't count, and it'll soft lock the mission.
You totally lost me, Data. Like you took too long to say that.
That's okay. I'm sure we have smart viewers. Like one viewer that.
I mean, we've only got 2.5 viewers as it is.
2.5.
It's more than
Don't
normal.
ask questions.
I claim the half.
Which half?
It's a fair question.
The lesser.
Ooh.
That means less responsibility.
No, it means more.
Oh hell no. I'll
late.
fight you.
Nope, too late. You already called dibs.
But yeah, they overall, I mean, as expos go, not bad. Could they do more? Yes.
Oh, they always
What
do
is
Should
more.
they do more?
Also,
No.
yes. Do we like asking questions we don't expect answers to? Yes.
Maybe. Another topic I'm curious what your guys' take on was the best in show skins.
They look
think?
good. They look good. I think I
I'm not a
prefer.
fan of the color myself.
I prefer last year. Definitely was the best out of the three.
Last year was amazing.
But you know what? They're still better than 2 years ago, with the freaking like off-white and purple, the dark purple. That was just horrible.
I'm liking the solid color that they went with this time. I'm just not a fan of the color itself.
Yeah.
I'll say that. Like, I like that they kind of mixed it up because it's more just a solid. Hey, here's a different scheme, and it's not like racing stripes or different angles or whatever. It's just kind of like here's a solid color pattern.
based on the feedback we've gotten, what we're getting next year is going to be skins that are based on Banu commercials.
Oh God. Oy
Wow.
vey, that's not gonna go well. Banu, Banu,
I should
Banu,
not
Banu.
give them ideas.
Yeah.
My take on skins in general is that I don't really care about skins. If they put out one that I like, I'll take it. It doesn't make me irritated that they make skins that I don't care for. The only thing that I don't
Oh
like
yeah.
are the stupid Fortnite, flashy, gaudy, ugly colored skins that are just like, hey,
Yeah.
look at me. I don't
Yeah.
like those kind of skins in
Well, I
any game.
mean,
Yeah.
to be fair though, to be fair,
To be fair,
if you're off,
I want to be
know,
unfair.
let's say you're doing some mining in an area, and there's some other miners near you, and a bunch of bad guys rolling. Who are they going to really target first? They're going to go and target the guy in that gun, the hot pink or whatever the fuck skin that looks all
neon
gaudy and
blue
shit.
or whatever the fuck it
If
is.
you've got
Yeah.
that slate gray, you're just going to be like, I'm out of here, bye.
My problem with the
I-
paints
I'm-
is that you have very few options and for very few
Yeah.
ships. That's my complaint.
Yes, we need an actual in-game customizer
guys-
where we can pick the values.
You
Until
heard
we
what
have that, it's a
happened.
moot point.
Did you guys hear what happened to Cameron? Are you guys
I
familiar
heard there
with
was a
who
whole lot
Cameron
of
is?
drama over a whole lot of nothing.
Well, you know what the drama was about, right?
I
I'm not familiar.
Not familiar.
so
Okay.
the summation I had of it was that a guy posted a thing about, hey, we do need hex values and this kind of stuff. However, the way they posted it was misleading and specifically flame baiting on CIG's part. CIG told him, hey, quit that. You're obviously flame baiting here. That ain't gonna fly. Then he argued with the mods. The mods went and were like, okay, hey, at this point, you were obviously trying to start shit. We called you out on it. You bitched about that more. We're giving you a temporary timeout. Then there was a call to arms of his followers. I'm not sure if it was himself doing it or if someone else just took up the torch, whatever. But of CIG is banning people. It's just a whole bunch of bullshit over someone specifically trying to flame bait, getting called out on their shit. Not to say their original point was not warranted, that we do need a color customizer that we, the players, can utilize. However, as far as I'm aware, in all media, that has not been promised by CIG, and that was what they were saying is, well, you promised. No, they've talked about that that they're open to the idea of it, but they have never said, we are going to do this. It is going to be in your hands. It is absolutely confirmed. As far as I'm aware, in all stuff they've talked about,
I heard a
it is
completely
not a
different
guarantee.
version.
Okay, go on.
But I mean, so what I heard.
That was the gist of it I got.
Okay. From actually watching Cameral's response to it, he did not come off as baity or trying to create a problem. He actually came back with kind of like a, hey guys, I'm not trying to create an argument here. I'm taking my punishment.
Okay.
Check. Basically, and then from what I saw of the actual text conversations, he basically, all he did is came out and he said, hey guys, 5 years ago you guys talked to us about hex code. Can you update us on that? Literally, that's all he asked. And then after that, all of a sudden the moderators are like, hey, you're trying to be controversial with us, so we banned you for 24 hours. And he's like,
I call absolute bullshit. Because if that were to happen, the moderator would probably be removed. If nothing else.
Well, that's the texts that are showing. Like, watch his video, and he shows you what their actual responses are.
If you watch his video, which is absolutely not biased at all.
Guys, one at a time, please.
Let me finish.
Go on.
if you look at his video and his responses, and then you look at other people's videos, it seems to be pretty accurate. Like what it looks like is somebody at CIG might have been having a bad day or something, and basically just kind of jumped on it and moved. What ended up happening? And sorry everyone, for all I was trying to get to is somebody brought up the question about hex codes, and CIG basically doesn't want to answer that question right now. And by appearance, it is because they know that they're making money off of skins, and that's why they don't want to bring hex out. But now, what actually happened as the episode is this guy brought that question up. A moderator banned him for 24 hours. He went, sorry, didn't ban him. They moved his post to a subreddit or a subcategory, a subchannel that is basically like lore, and notified him of that. And that's when he came back and basically said, oh, so you guys basically don't want to talk about this, so you moved my post to somewhere that it won't be seen. And that's when he got banned, was for saying that.
Oh, hold on, you just changed the story here. You said it was, oh, he just opened up a thing. Oh, he posted it in the wrong place. He became argumentative about it.
He posted it in the right place. The moderators are the ones who moved it.
Either way it happened, us bitching about it isn't going to do anything.
Yeah.
Irregardless, it has not been promised that we're going to get hex codes. It would be nice if we did. That's pretty much the end of it.
I disagree.
Great.
I think the moral of the story is pretty much that depending on who tells the story, it differs greatly.
I call somewhat bullshit on because I was watching the subreddit when all this shit was going down, and the whole thing stunk to high heaven because all I was seeing by and large was the brigade of followers who were all screaming, "He did nothing wrong! He did nothing!" And I was like, "This smells like he fucked up. He got called out on it."
That's one thing, but when you got other streamers who are willing to actually create shows, specifically saying, "Hey, we don't think
streamers are willing to do whatever it takes to get views. We're doing this to get views. It's all about the views."
Okay, let me finish, Cam. When you have streamers that are specifically, they're not just saying, "Hey, there's something going on. You need to, watch my show to know what's going on." These people are actually putting their own channels and their own accounts online by saying, "Hey, we think that what you guys did to Cameral is wrong." That usually is
great.
good.
Their thoughts have absolutely nothing to do with it.
Okay, never mind.
But I mean,
Go for it.
From what you said, he posted it in one section. The moderator said this is the right section for it. Whether he thinks it was or not is irrelevant.
They didn't say that. They just moved it. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay. Let me then clarify my words.
I'm not going to argue with you anymore.
They told
Guys,
him they moved it. Irregardless of this, he then bitches at the mods. "Well, why'd you move it? You're just trying to go and suppress my view." And they go, "Hey, guess what? 24-hour ban. Come on." I mean, that already is painting a much different picture than, "Oh, he was just trying to make this conversation and he's being suppressed by the mean old CIG."
Cam, you obviously have your idea. I have my idea. I'm not going to argue with you about it.
What I have seen alone in media, my first thought is always, okay, this is the prevalent thought. What are we not being told here? Because we're always not being told shit.
Cool.
So just personally, I'm not willing to buy it on face value, hook, line, and sinker. That's just my
I'm not either.
Irregardless,
that's your.
It doesn't matter what we think because CIG's going to do what CIG's going to do. So.
I do think we need to see hex code eventually, though. I mean, they did give us a show on it.
Would it be nice? Sure. Can we do anything other than going, "Hey, CIG, this would be nice. Can you please do this?" It's as much as we can do on it.
Look, at the end of the day, we can ask for things. CIG have said that they are looking into the possibility, but they're not making any promises. Anybody who gets upset or mad that we're not getting it right now, that is a personal attitude problem with
Yeah,
them.
absolutely.
I mean, you can have a conversation about it, but once you start throwing feelings around and getting upset or irritated or feel like you have an entitlement to a skin or the ability to change colors, then that's a problem with you, not with the company.
Yeah.
I blame Canada.
Well,
Yeah, I just from the way they first came out and started talking about it, they're like, yeah, you know, you're gonna be able to do this, 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 and this, and then we've heard nothing else out of it. I think
been
it'd be good of
years,
them to at least
so.
say, hey, you know, this
Would
is
it be
this
nice?
is where we're at in
Sure,
it.
but
I've never heard them come out and specifically say you will be able to. They've said
Nope.
we
I'm
are
not. I'm not.
investigating the ability.
I'm not saying they did. I've
Okay.
never said that. All I'm saying is they came out with a show. If you look back in like 2017, might have even been 2016. They had a whole almost hour-long episode talking about the hex code paint system and how what they wanted to be able to do it. And they were actually showing us how they would be able to paint ships, and they were going through and showing different ships, and they were changing the color values and then showing us what the paint schemes look like. Like, that's how much they've actually gone forward with, like, this is what we got. And in that show, they did say, we want to get it to a point where we can get it to you guys. But I fully, totally recognize that was a long time ago and things changed, and that wasn't a promise. And I'm not even trying to say that it was a promise. All I'm saying is,
Oh, well, then why are people complaining about it? If
yeah,
they said
exactly.
if they want us to be able to do it, that doesn't mean that they still don't have that intention.
Nobody I don't know where that part came from.
So I guess people are just mad that we don't have it now.
Well,
yeah, and it's like there's
the original
90% of the game we
question
don't
that
have
was
now.
the original question that was asked wasn't you promised or where is it? It was 5 years ago you talked to us about hex code. Could you update us on this? That's what got this whole thing started. That was the question that was asked.
So are they mad because they just didn't give an answer?
No, they're mad because because CIG, when they saw that question, they moved his post out of general view, stuck it down in a sub post where it was going to be lost and gone forever that it didn't belong into. And then when the guy said, hey, why'd you stick my post down there? That's when he got banned for 24 hours. And that's where people got pissed off. It's not about the hex paint. They're just saying, hey, why'd you ban the guy for asking the question?
Yeah, so maybe that was just a mod overstepping.
Yeah.
But
it sounds like a mod, kind of like, stepping over toes,
Either
taking
way,
control.
we're running in circles here.
That's what the hex code started
bringing up
off
drama
as.
for no good reason.
There's
Well, I was
a
just trying to.
group of people in the
Either
community
way.
that will take any opportunity to shit on CIG just because they
or just causing drama.
Yeah,
you got. I've seen so many times on the subreddits, on several of the other Discords I'm on. You got people. I don't know if they just have nothing going on in their lives or what, but they just want to sit there with a stick and poke at any hornet's nest they can find, just to make come on, do something. I'm bored. Come on. They just want controversy.
It's kind of like
around pad ramming people in game, or they're going and just trying to poke up people's emotions and shit on the Spectrum. Like, oh, the amount of times I see people trying to pull shit on Spectrum and the mods have to come in and go, hey, calm down, jeez, what are you doing? They're literally just trying to create drama so they can sit there, eat their popcorn, and go, hey, perfect.
It's the same kind of attitude
What do you
that a
guys
lot
think
of
the weapons and armor?
well, I would say it's the same kind of attitude that a lot of, like, the comic book companies have, where it's like they want to be relevant, so they're gonna make Robin gay or Superman gay now, or whatever the hell it is. So
they want attention,
right?
Well, maybe it's not that they want attention, but they want to start a train wreck so they can see the train wreck, and if there isn't one, they'll do their damnedest to make one.
Part of it's just human nature. People just need to learn how to control what they think and what they say. That's basically it.
Agreed. And look, I mean, on the
So
topic,
I'm on the fence on whether or not they should be selling weapons and armor. What do you guys think?
yeah, I'm not a
money?
huge. Well, they've been. I mean, if you go to the subscriber store, they've been doing that forever. But
Yeah, I mean they've had that for years now.
This is they're now at the IAEA. they're selling weapons and armor to everybody, not just
I don't know. Look,
subscribers.
if you've got the money
Is it
and you
any
want to,
different?
then buy it. If
It
you
is.
don't,
It is.
then don't.
Yeah.
Exclusive.
Is it any different than the subscriber stuff? Like, really, if you want
Yeah,
to buy the subscriber
it
stuff,
is.
you can. How? If you want to buy the
It's-
subscriber stuff, you can. If you don't want to buy it, you don't have to. And
I
besides,
thought you were
all
asking
this-
if it was actually different armor. Like,
No.
never mind.
How
Got it.
is it any different if they have for the subscribers? Hey, here's some stuff. If you want to buy it, you can. And if you don't want to buy it, great. And on top of which, if I saw the information correctly, all of the stuff they were offering in the armor and weapon packs, you could buy at the expo in game for the in-game money. So it's like
I have some of these in game that I already purchased last night.
I
With
don't
real
think
money.
you can buy it in game yet.
Yeah, you can. I bought a lot of this stuff in game last night.
Let me see
Hold
if
on.
I can find some
Extras.
I saw some screenshots. I know of it.
I sent you one.
They had the whole when they did like the roundup of the IAE on like the last few days here. They had a whole thing where it has all the armor and weapons in like a circular room and shit.
Hold
Okay,
on.
so
wait.
right now you can buy all the weapons.
Yeah, like
all the armors
all that Hurston
on-
armor shit. All those you can buy those off like the little armor stands and shit in game at the expo.
Here, this is
It's in,
a
like, the
screenshot.
underlevel.
This is a screenshot I took last night of the expo, and all the same stuff that you can see on the store page.
You want to put that in the?
It's on the
group
stream
chat
right
as
now.
well?
It's on the stream right now.
Okay,
People
but
can
do
see
you also want to put that in the group chat as well?
Why? You guys don't need it.
Because most of us don't have both of them up.
So these Rhymes and Wildwood and Cantu armors are all in the game already?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see them, so that's why.
Yeah,
Me.
they're on the lower level, I think.
It's where the ground vehicles would be.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They did the same thing not the same thing, but they had like a weapon and armor mini show. Okay, there's the screenshots. If you look in the group chat here, Amanda put them up. But they did a similar thing last year when they showed off the what was it, the
red field recon armor and that weird
it was
helmet.
that light armor that has like the digicam, and there's like an under
Right,
a light
yeah.
armor torso. But you know what I'm talking about, right?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. They showed off that armor at the expo last
Pretty much
year.
everything you see here, because all that armor you're talking about, Cam, you can buy that in game across the various stores right now. But it was introduced at the IAE last year. So all this stuff, assuming they go true to form here, all this stuff you see at the IAE and on the gear page here,
So
you can get
question:
in game anywhere. In the
where
future.
do we draw the line at pay to play? Like what? Granted, everyone has a different opinion, but at some point there's
And
going to have to
ideally,
be
I would say
these-
don't give any money. I'd say no pay to play at all. Like this
So
should
I
all
have-
be earned in game.
Sorry,
I have-
say that again, Mando. You're
I was
cutting
saying
out.
ideally this shouldn't be this page shouldn't exist. It should be in game only.
Let
In my
me
opinion.
But at the
ask
same
one
point, they do have to
question.
fund the game.
Let me ask one question. Is there any instance right now where CIG has violated what they said they were going to do with having everything available to purchase in game?
I mean, there are several
To
armor
me,
sets and subscriber stuff that is not available in
There's
game
some
yet.
subscriber
Yeah.
flare, but interesting enough, a lot of that flare, I'm not sure if all of it, but some
Not
of that
all of
flare
it,
you can
some of it.
find in crates and bunkers.
Yes, you can.
Correct. I found a Paladin helmet.
I
Ironically,
haven't.
like the one I normally wear. I found one in at Grimhex in one of the loot boxes there. So I definitely see that, and especially since it was pretty widely popped up that, hey guys, whoa, hey, we're seeing subscriber stuff in the lootable crates, and CIG is pretty clearly was like, yeah, at least for now we'll leave that as is. So that definitely would go and alleviates, to my mind, assuming that this continues here, it alleviates, to my mind, any kind of like worry of them keeping that subscriber stuff as always being a separate kind of thing here. And as we're seeing more things with the reputation system, we're probably going to be seeing more of that.
What was the last subscriber armor that they offered you guys? That brown leather one? What's that called?
No, the last subscriber armor was the Pembroke. It was the other.
I'm sorry. Then what's the one before that? Then the leather set
or Axan or something like that.
Or something. Yeah.
So that's one set of armor that I've been interested in. Still have no way of buying it in game.
There is a lot of subscriber gear that is not available in game without being a subscriber or otherwise. I mean, look at the Calva helmet. People have gone crazy over that since it first came out with the Mantis, and it's still.
I was just using that one as just an example that there is a barrier. So
the question is, yes. However, does that armor give you anything other than looks that any other armor doesn't give you?
No, I'm not going into that.
No, but eventually armor will have stats and
we cannot access that.
There is a paywall. But it is a paywall.
It is a paywall, and armor will eventually have stats. And
that's all I'm pointing out.
And you guys are not seeing the absorbent prices that these armors are being charged for. Like $15
right now.
is
insane.
Way too much.
Like if you want the complete pack, it's like $60. You're literally talking an Avenger Titan.
That's the price of a fucking game.
Exactly.
You can get Squadron 42 and Star Citizen for that price.
Yep.
Together. The combo back is $60. That's too much.
At the same point, though, especially if they go and have like all of the new Hurston armor, like all the new colors of the Hurston armors, they go and start having some of the guards wearing that at some embargoes. Hey, if you want to be a criminal and try to go and steal the armor from it,
or you let the bad guys kill them.
Used from a player who you ask no questions how they got it. Similarly, let's say if some of the criminals are wearing the what's that light armor? The
Arden.
Yes, with the new Arden suits. Maybe you got some of the criminals running around wearing that instead of their usual cyan bullshit that they are. And then it's like, oh hey, if a player wants to buy that, I've got a couple.
This is all in game, which is totally fine. But what I'm getting at, the question I'm raising is, at what point
is it pay to play when CIG shows that they have no intention of giving us reasonable access to items that are available for cash in game? When they show we are not going to let you have this. It is cash only. Pay up or else.
But that is the case with some armors already.
Even then, that would have to be years down the line when they go and make a definitive line in the sand and say, "Nope, sorry, this is cash only. You can't have it in game." And even with that, bearing in mind too, at least for equipables, we're talking about armor sets and shit like that. Why is no one wearing their unique armor in game right now? Because it can be looted off of you.
Not only that, but because you lose it if you die.
Right, and then just goes into the Aether.
But at the same point, and honestly, that's probably that's the more prevalent reason why people aren't. But at the same point, the big reason also the big exclamation point is that, oh shit, if I go and I wear my Atlassian armor or my unique Arden armor or whatever else, some guy could go and sneak onto my ship, cap my ass, steal my armor, and now I don't have it. And at least right now, we don't have a way of claiming like insurance on personal items like that. CAG have said they're working on something.
I thought the last they said is they don't want to do that.
No, they said that they are.
No, claiming the armor, like if you lose it, you can claim it.
For you to be able to reclaim or get again your items. They're like, hey, if you've bought this armor, you bought your $60 armor pack here. Well, You tripped down the stairs and you lost it in a bunker or something. Whoops. Sucks to be you. They do want to have a way for you to get that back.
I heard
Essentially-
doing a character reset. They literally have it in the patch notes.
Essentially, think claiming your ship when you lose your ship, but for armor that you own via your
Well,
account.
that would be the
maybe-
hope. That would
Maybe
be the
not
hope.
as simple, but yeah, there's other gameplay implications that come along with it. I think we talked about it a little bit, but they
Yeah.
are
Uh-huh.
looking for ways. They are investigating a good way to give people that have sub gear the ability to get it back without having to do an account reset because they know.
By the
it's
way,
wrong.
Cam, the Avis armor, that Tavaran armor, you can only get that on the RSI website.
I mean, what would be the problem with
There are several sets that you can only get on CIG on the CIG website for cash right now. Yes. It's been that way for years.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm
wasn't-
not saying that like, oh, this is new. I'm just saying I'm not a fan of it.
No, I
Cam,
fully
I'm not
agree.
trying to argue with you.
However-
I'm just asking questions. So
No, one, it does sound like you're trying to get arguments here, but two,
No,
ignoring
I'm
that
trying to
aspect,
play
ignoring that aspect,
I'm trying to play devil's advocate, Cam.
ignoring
I
that
feel
aspect.
like you're getting very hostile.
Moving on.
You're doing a very good job, Cosine.
Moving on.
Okay.
We
I'll dial it back then.
we have not had mechanics in game to really offer this stuff besides the stores. We've only just gotten looting and loot boxes, and we're seeing with the very first iteration of that, oh shit, we're getting a whole lot of subscriber gear here, not everything. I mean, hell, we still don't have any arms, torso, or leg armor besides what we can loot off the NPCs. We aren't getting any of that in like loot boxes yet. Maybe we'll have different ones, like bigger ones or something. Who knows? But it seems pretty clear that on the first iteration of this, they're throwing some of that subscriber stuff in there. I'd say that is a very good sign for
Okay.
us. And then plus with how they've been talking about the reputation system, I think we'll be seeing a lot of that stuff. That Atlassian armor. Hey, we might be seeing that being offered by the Bounty Hunters Guild. They got a special branded one or something, or unique colors, whatever the fuck. Like, hey, you get in with up to rank 5, you get a special set of armor to show that we're buddy now.
And
I would
just
argue.
just let me just throw this in so that just to clear the air. Cam, just so you understand, I'm not an armor or weapons guy. That's you guys. I know that's like your thing, and I know that Mando's really big into it. And so when it comes to this kind of stuff, I'm actually asking questions because I know that I don't know everything about it. So you might assume that I'm like trying to poke you. I'm not. I'm actually asking because I don't know enough to actually be an authority on it and say this is what I think. So that's what I've been trying to do here. I apologize if you think that I'm trying to create an argument with you. I'm not. I'm actually asking the question to hear your side of it and go, huh, okay, I didn't think of it that way. That's a good point. Or, I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe I don't. That's what I'm trying to do here. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not trying to get in arguments with you for the sake of arguing.
Okay, no, I got you.
I'm done. Go for it, Data.
Next time you guys do that, though, I'm putting you in your rooms and you're gonna be timed out.
we need a timeout button.
Okay, but we're locked in a room with one taser in the room.
So from where I'm sitting,
And no battery. Go.
I have
Taking all your
absolute
mags.
care if they release some special cosmetic-looking suit, if it functions the same as all the other suits. And honestly, if you want an item bad enough, but you don't want to pay real money for it, then you could probably go on the forum and say, hey, I'm willing to offer this much AUEC in the game if someone will give me this armor set. And I know for a fact that there are some people that have sub gear that were just throwing it on the ground just to get it out of their inventory and saying, hey, if you want it, take it.
Yep.
So
Nice.
if you
I know
want
there's
it,
the gray market.
this gray market. Gray market is real money. Like if you don't want to pay any real money, there are
Gotcha.
avenues to get the items.
But
through the
what
game.
Data's talking about, essentially, you're getting it in game. Like you're
Yeah,
you're essentially
saying-
communicating with someone outside the game for like, hey, all in game, I'll give you X credits, and you just give me the armor,
no, that's
and
a good
then
point.
that's it. because he's gonna get the armor back if he does a character reset or if a new patch comes out. So
I
And
think
my-
I'd be okay with insurance on armor. Maybe you don't get that exact setback, but it's like, hey, I insured my my plate carrier. It's a Type 3 B model. You get a Type 3 B model. It's maybe you get the plain Jane version of it, or the base color package of it, if it's being replaced due to the insurance loss. But I would also say that insurance should be extremely minimal.
I mean, you
That'd be
pay like $5K or $2K or something.
I
for
mean,
the
if you're
item,
gonna get insurance on armor, you shouldn't get the armor back. You should just get the money back. You still have to go buy it.
Well,
That
the
would make
point
sense.
of it is though, is this is armor that generally speaking we can't buy in the store,
Yeah,
so the
Well,
money would
but-
be useless.
you're insuring a set of armor that maybe you can't get in this system, and so maybe there's a small delay in the time it takes to get to you, but you
Well,
get
yeah,
that set of
a
armor that
delivery
you insured.
time and like a cooldown time. So
Yeah.
you can't just spend that. So it's like maybe it's like, hey, you can get the armor once per day, and it's going to take 4 hours to get to you. So you aren't getting it now, but you can
Yeah.
get it in a little bit. So that way it's like, hey, if I'm playing once a day and oops, I fucked up and I got
Yeah.
tapped and someone grabbed it from me. Okay, I can go and start off tomorrow, put in the paperwork and shit, pay my 5K, and you're still paying a little bit of money here, because again, it's not meant to be a punitive thing, but it's a, hey,
Yeah.
you screwed up, you
Or-
you lost your shit, okay, pay off the finder's fee or whatever you want to call it, and here you go again.
Yeah, I wouldn't even put it that high. I'd put it like maybe 1,000.
Yeah, depending on what
Just
if it's like a
each-
helmet,
maybe it
1,000, if it's
resets
full
each time
set.
you use it. So each time you have to claim it when you get your new one. If you want to insure the new one, pay an extra 1,000.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, or something like that. And I would hope down the line I can just be like, I want the checkbox insure everything.
Yeah, but I would be
Every
okay with
single
that
thing.
because that allows your subscribers to get all their stuff back. Maybe
Yep.
maybe because it's subscription, there is no insurance. It's just insured. But then
Maybe.
everyone else who doesn't have subscription items, but they are unique, they can use the insurance system to keep their stuff unique. That's like win-win for all, right?
Well, and
Eh.
that's pretty much that's pretty similar too to how they've talked about the ship insurance. Like, oh hey, if you have LTI, then your base level insurance there, because bear in
Yeah.
mind too, down the line we're going to have upgrades and components on armor as well, and it might be like, oh hey, you'll get the base armor here with your
That's it.
if you paid cash for your armor, you get the armor with the base setup of components there. But if you want to have your customized setup just the way you want it, you're going to have to pay that in-game insurance, just like we will for updated components to be insured on our ships.
Yeah.
you also have to
So-
remember that some of these armors that we're talking about insuring are armors that you own as you would own ships, where you're owning them because you paid real life either from being a subscriber or you bought them from the gear shop on the RSI website. But you own these through your account on the RSI website, so you shouldn't just lose them or get like a different variant of them when you claim it. You should get what you
Exactly.
paid for. So you have to keep that in mind too.
So here's my take on it. If you bought it with real money, or it's because you are a subscriber, which is essentially buying it with real money, it's a perk of spending money, then
Yeah.
you should have it. Then there should be a way to get it back in game without having to do character reset. I think we can all agree on that. If it's something
Yes.
that you find or buy in the game, bugs notwithstanding, eventually we'll get to the point where bugs aren't as big a deal. But if you find it or buy it in game, then if you make a decision that gets yourself killed, or someone kills you, that you lose it.
And
But
depending on how
shouldn't
insurance works, and if
Should
you
you
can
have
insure
the
things.
option to be able to insure that item?
Well,
that
that's
you
what I'm
have?
saying. If
For money, I
Yeah.
don't think you should.
but
get the item
exactly,
back.
if it's something that you
Yeah,
bought in
that's
game,
what we're saying.
yeah,
Okay.
Well, if you pay the insurance cost. So I found
look,
how
that's an
here's the way it
option,
should
though.
work. Here's the way it should work. If you insure the item, you'll get a monetary value back from that, and then you can
Go
through
and
whatever
buy the armor
logistics
again.
system they have in the game, get the armor bought and have it brought to you if it's not in the area that's around.
well,
It's
No.
the same thing.
I-
It's the same thing, but you're not getting the item. You're getting the monetary
Well,
value. Getting
if-
the item back requires you to take
Nope.
the extra step to get it.
we got what you're saying. We got what you're saying.
Oh boy.
But I would argue that if you are paying insurance on the item, or at least maybe at like your bare minimum level, you get value of item in cash, and they tell you to go fuck yourself. But if you are paying for let's call it regular insurance, so just as if I was paying insurance on
Why
a
not have
ship
levels?
Sorry, what's that?
It's
Why not have levels?
well, this
So
Well,
the
they've
data
already said they
machines.
a little overcomplicated.
They've already said they will have levels of insurance, like
Well,
multiple
I'm just saying,
levels.
like, let data machines idea be the base level, and then if you want an
That's what I was trying
exact
to say.
replacement, gotcha.
That's what
Shut
I was saying. So just like how with ships, that if we buy or legally get a ship in game, we can go and insure that ship to where, whoops, someone came along in their retaliator and fucking bombed my ass back to the Stone Age. I can get that ship back. You know, it might not have all my customizations, it might not have all the shit I had there. Maybe if I buy that higher level insurance, it will. But same with armor, that hey, if I have if I have, in my opinion, if I buy insurance on the item, I should get the item back. It shouldn't just be giving me money. Like, that's nice, but I give them money, so they give me money. Like, I understand that's how insurance in real life does work, and maybe
Some
that
do.
would be an option at a lower level. But I would prefer that if I am insuring the item, I want the item back. It's not really about the money for me. I want
Okay, so
the
what if
item,
there are
that way
different tiers
if
for that
I-
insurance?
You know, if I had my Pembroke armor, if I had this armor that, hey, I'm going on a cold weather expedition or into an acid planet, or whatever the case might be, I'm not going to care if I have the money in hand. If I had to go 15 systems over to buy that, I want the damn item,
It's not
even
going
if
to
I
be
have to
15
wait a bit.
systems, though. Not
Whatever,
to
it
get
could be.
specific
It could
items
be.
that will let you go where, if they have a
It could be.
system with an acidic
Depending on
planet,
what I planned, it could
they're
be.
gonna have
Hang
a
on, let 'em
station
finish.
in that system that's gonna have the materials or the items you need to go down there.
How do
That's
you know that?
basic 101 gameplay. Come on.
How do you know they will? That's an assumption.
Because
We don't
it
know
doesn't
that.
make any sense from a gameplay perspective not to offer
Lots
it.
of
It's
things
the
don't
same
make
way
sense.
they've got Hurston, they've got Pembroke suits that'll protect you from heat. Microtech, they've got Pembroke suits that'll
Novikov.
protect you from
What if
cold.
it's an abandoned system? There are no, what if it's like Pyro? I was
If
exploring
you
somewhere there.
die out there, you're going to get respawned back to wherever your med bay was at anyway, so it doesn't matter. You're going to have
Okay. But that still means I lost my item and I have to go back to where I can buy that specific item. And if that item was not available where I just respawned at, I still have to go and scuttle over to wherever I can get it at. I'd rather have the item than have to go play merry hell with Space Amazon or whatever the fuck to get it back.
I got a comment.
That's my opinion.
I don't know, to me
Uh,
it seems just a little too handholdy, but that's just my opinion.
But again,
Well,
at
why
different
not
levels
have
of
your
insurance.
two options? Yeah, because in the real world, like if you're insuring a 1991 Toyota Corolla and you have to claim it for insurance, yeah, they're going to hand you a check for whatever the the $500 that it's worth. But
Yup.
I guarantee you, if you own a Jaguar LX and you crash it and claim it, your insurance company is probably going to be like, let's see if we can replace your Jaguar LX. Unless you specifically say, no, I just want you to cut me a check for the value of it. Like, there's different insurance companies handle
And
it
different
differently.
tiers
You-
within the same
depending on
companies. Again, it's all about
what
options.
service you get will determine how much service you get when you need to make the claim.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
just make it available in game that you can decide, like, no, I just want the cash value, or no, I want an actual replacement. And if you
Or
select
maybe
that option,
maybe it's a tier
maybe it
thing.
raises it by $500 dollars, the coverage value. But at least then it's there, so that way, because not only do you got to think about it from hey, did I die? And that's why I'm claiming this. But what if you just lose the thing? Like, actually, like, hey, it's out of the game. It dropped through the cave floor while I was, trying on somebody else's piece of armor, and it's gone now. Like, you're still stuck out there in the middle of nowhere. You're not going to be getting back to a place to buy a new set. So maybe that's where you're like, no, I want the insurance company to send a runner out and deliver me that piece of body armor that was special to me. Like, that's that option. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's doing.
All right. Here's a couple different perspectives. One, if it's really rare, you can only buy it at this one spot, then why wouldn't you buy multiples? Because there's a possibility you could lose one. The second point I'm trying
Why?
to make
Hold on.
is
I'm gonna stop everyone right here. Why is it an either-or situation? Why can't we have both?
Yeah, I want.
I think
options.
that this is the flaw in the argument right now, is that we're all talking about as though it's either one thing or the other, when it can be easily be both. And we also, the fact we don't know what the insurance system is going to be, so it's like it can be what we're talking about. It can be something completely different, and I don't know what it would be if it was completely different, because we're talking about based on real world insurance companies.
Dad's trying to shut us up.
Look, if they're going to give us the ability to order things and have them delivered to us, which I think they will, you're going to pay a cost for that, then why? They already have the system there, so how does it not make sense that the insurance just pays you money and then you just go through the interface and buy what you want and have it delivered to you?
Because you don't know if that item is going to be available at the location that you're at. Think about it.
But what I'm saying is you buy it from wherever it's available and just have it transported to you.
He's saying you use space. They give you the money. Like, yes, that
Okay.
could be a option, but that's making you, the player, do a lot of somewhat unnecessary
You,
steps.
the player, are the one that lost the item. So why wouldn't it be on you?
Let me explain it this way. Let's say if your ship blows up, they go and say, "Hey, we're going to give you the money for a new spaceship at whatever. Hey, your Aurora blew up. Here's now 700,000 UEC here, and you have to now go and ask Space Amazon to fly you an Aurora out over to the station you're at and wait for them to deliver it. When instead you could just have, as what will happen from what CIG has said and everything, they're going to just go and have someone from the insurance company fly one over and hand you the keys and go, there you go, have a great day. Enjoy your new ship.
In some cases, it's going to be better. It would be better just to get money from that, because they have said that ship availability is going to be based on where the ship is at and whether there's quantity in the system that you're at.
Well, sure.
So
if you keep blowing
there's
up your
potential-
javelins, you're going to be waiting a while. But
Maybe, but I mean, say you've got a constellation and it blows up and you want to get insurance on it. Maybe there aren't any constellations there. In that case, it might be better just to get money and buy whatever ship is in the area so you can use it now than have
but
to wait
why
for
is
24
it bad
hours.
to have options? Why does it have to be either or?
I'm just saying, if they're going to have the systems that give the player ability to do that anyway, why not just use those systems?
Sure, but why force people to use them? Why not give
Because
people
they're
options?
making the
It's
system
all
to be used.
well, sure. And if people choose to,
Data,
they can.
We're agreeing
However,
that we use
not
your
everyone
system.
agrees with your decision. You know, just because you like rutabaga soup doesn't mean everyone likes rutabaga soup. So rutabaga soup should not be the default. If people choose to order rutabaga soup, that's great for them. But
how about this? So, Data Machine, what we're saying is your base level insurance. I just want to cover it base level. It utilizes exactly what you're talking about, which is when you lose the item, they just hand you a check. It's up to you to go find what you want to spend that check on to replace that item. But if you want to, you can pay extra, and they will ship you out an exact replacement to you when you make that claim. But you're paying extra for that. That's your option.
Well, one being exact, because depending on the insurance tier or whatever the hell it is.
You technical word lawyer. You know what I mean.
I do. I'm just pointing out the exact. It's not wouldn't be exact. Like for
You
instance, if you have a
shut
Cutlass Black that was custom fitted
your
with guns and stuff.
Bloody mercenary mouth.
I'm sorry I used a word with an apostrophe when it should have not had an
Look, at the end of the day,
apostrophe.
what's going on right here is we're all trying to solve a equation with missing parts of the equation.
Anyway, so
Missing
there-
variables
there
in
I
this
was.
equation.
This equation are correct.
So
okay?
there
That's
I
all gotta
was,
say.
barbecue sauce on a picnic table.
All right. What else we got?
More arguments for argument's sake.
Are you good, Data?
You know, it's funny. You guys were talking about how
was
that whatever the
Oh,
hell
Is today
that
just
ship
I
drama.
want to argue day? Because it feels like it.
It does. It really does. I kind of got that feeling when Data showed up first time. I was like, "We're negative data in."
You aren't exactly squeaky
I'm not
clean here either.
I'm not claiming I was, but I was surprised. Usually, I'm the only naysayer. But no, it's today's a weird day. I'm not
Indeed.
saying you're not wrong, Data. I understand what you're trying to say. I think it'd be nice to have that extra layer on top. So, what else we got?
Well, back to IAE. The
Are we
original
talking about
topic.
Star Citizen still? God.
Oh, we can easily move on to
It's
something
just
else.
It's almost
Just
10 p.m. here.
Yeah,
We're-
wow.
We're getting to
Oh,
that point, and
yeah.
some of us have work in the morning, so
What's this word you use? Work. I'm not familiar with this thing.
it's this thing I do to pay for spaceships.
Oh, okay.
I know in your case that might be called prostitution, but still.
Spaceships and armor insurance. That was a low blow. I'm sorry.
What if I want to insure my grenade?
Every grenade you have.
If I pull the pin, does that count as use of it or damage?
I think
Well,
it voids your
in order to claim it,
warranty.
You have to file the claim upon immediate use. So you need to.
The second you pull it from your
That's
chest.
fine.
in
I'll
combat.
just stream through my helmet. I know. I'm smart.
So yeah, at the end of the day, IAE, back to the original topic, is this year it was good. It definitely looked great. Like they
Except
took
for people
feedback.
dying on the stairs.
I didn't see any of that, but
I did.
oh, you know what I did have? I did have the stairs hurl me into the air, and I fell on my butt. I took no damage, but I did fly for a brief second. But the IAE this year, visually, definitely they took a lot of feedback and improved it and made it look nicer. It definitely felt more like a realistic convention than previous years. But aside from that, just the performance and the free fly, like just it's a bit of a mess. So hopefully they can fix that because hopefully by this time
to be
next
fair,
year.
every year IAE and the free fly is a fucking mess.
Right,
And
that's what I'm saying. Like
internet
hopefully
server.
next year they'll have static server meshing in, and that should hopefully maybe fix this issue.
Well, it's not going to be server meshing. It's going to be static server meshing.
I said static
man.
server meshing.
It's still meshing. It's just not going to be able to. Spin
It's
up
not going to
servers
be
on the fly.
dynamic
Well,
like they
if
planned.
we want to be accurate, I'm pedantic here.
I said static.
Uh-huh.
You know, anyone watching, you can go back to the footage and really hear me say static server meshing. Okay, so next and last topic was it's not Star Citizen.
Heresy!
I'm out.
Yep. Good talking with you guys. See ya.
But it's GTA.
Ew. Wait,
Okay.
why is this game still relevant?
So apparently, modders of GTA are being DMCA striked by Rockstar.
Oh, I remember hearing about this shit.
I am
You know-
gonna say I'm out for real. It's been fun.
For real?
I'm sorry if I pissed anybody off. That was not my intention.
And I'm
No,
I'd
fine.
rather
we-
be pissed off than pissed on.
All right.
True.
We'll see you later,
Good
Cam.
point.
Or Call sign. Sorry.
Oh man.
Indeed.
Have a good one. Bye.
See you.
Oh man, I'm probably the only one that hasn't mistaken any of your names today. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That was fun. No, call sign called me Cam earlier. So
Someone needs more sleep.
we're all Cam in everyone else's eyes.
Yes.
So yeah, apparently mods for old GTA games are being killed, and it's just and so the modders are actually fighting back, and there's a lawsuit going on right now. I unfortunately don't know the details that well, but it's essentially all about fair use and how the modders. They're not, making like, oh, here's a GTA game, but and here's a mod for it, and we're paying, you have to pay for it. No, it's like a regular mod for, any game, like Fallout 4 mods or Halo mods. You just go to Nexus Mods or whatever and download and done. And obviously, Rockstar doesn't like that people are modding their game because I guess they don't like that they're making better content than Rockstar, given how. Rockstar recently did a remaster of the original GTA games, and they are horrible, as you can see in this screenshot here. This is from the remaster. It is so yeah, it's not great. I think it's called a Definitive Edition. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto: The Trilogy Definitive Edition. It has countless visual bugs, gameplay glitches, and odd changes to models and textures. It is actually worse than the originals, and it brings old bugs that were patched out of the originals back in. We're talking old PS2 games. These are Grand Theft Auto games that I played. Granted, I really haven't played any Grand Theft Auto since these original trilogy games, so. But still, like, this is insane. And yeah, the modding thing. Look, modding is under fair use. They're taking existing. First off, there's no they're not taking something Rockstar made and having to they're not selling it. They're literally, in order to run a mod, you need to have the game. So if you say you don't, say you're like me,
it's not like it's going around any kind of legal requirement or some shit. Or
yeah, it's not like a fan game or something that's knocking it off. It's quite literally just essentially a fan-made extension for the game, or expansion, I should say. But say you're like me, you don't have Grand Theft Auto 5, but you see some really cool Grand Theft Auto 5 mods, and you go, maybe I want to get the game to try out these mods and actually just get the game and play it for once. And that there you go. You just got more customers for Rockstar, and people get to try out the mods. But my point is that if anything, mods would be giving more customers to Rockstar and not stealing them, as would otherwise be implied. And also the fact that it's fair use. It's heavily edited and overhauled and changed content. It's not just we're taking their content and making it our own, stealing it. It's we're taking the content and essentially transmutating it into something completely unrecognizable in some cases, and releasing it as something else that, again, you need the original game to be able to use anyways. It's essentially, this is how you kill your community, your fan base, is by getting rid of fan-made content. We've seen this with multiple franchises. So it's unfortunate though, because again, GTA is a beloved series. Everyone's at least played one of them in their lives at this point.
Well, I don't know about everyone.
No, not everyone. Okay, but most people, at least most people our age, that play games. But yeah, in the remaster, again, remaster is a glitchy mess. So.
Not surprised. Disappointed. Not surprised.
No. Here you go.
The problem is that you see with a lot of these companies, especially the larger, so-called AAA game companies, they're getting lazier and lazier in terms of what they're doing to earn money, or rather get people to give them money. So that's why we're saying, oh hey, let's do a remaster. Okay, we'll see what some of the graphics tweak mods did, copy their work, adjust a few other things here, sell the game again for half price. Boom, there we go. We're making money on it again. Woohoo! I mean,
Half price, dude. They're selling it for the full fucking $60.
are they? Fuck, man.
I'm pretty sure.
That's ridiculous.
Again, I need to look more into it. Maybe next week or something. I'll say something like update on the story now that I know more. I do recommend Yang Ye's coverage on it because he's been covering the entire story very in depthly.
The entire story?
It's a mess. I mean, you just saw like that was footage from the remaster, which has been dubbed the Cyberpunk edition, the definitive edition, because it's very much like Cyberpunk on consoles, super glitchy, practically unplayable. Yeah, and actually, here the article talks about how several, popular GTA modders expressed frustration over the whole situation, explaining to Kotaku that many modders and community members have always wished that Rockstar would behave more like Valve or Bethesda, supporting modders in their. Had been the case, Ash reckons this whole situation would have gone down differently and involved a lot more happy fans and players, but sadly that's not the approach Rockstar took. And remember, Rockstar's owned by 2K, right? Not the other way around. 2K is the not Take-Two. That's it. Yeah, Rockstar is owned by Take-Two, and Take-Two is the ones that sent two private dicks to some guy's house because he reported. Well, I don't even know what the full story was, but it's allegedly because he reported on Borderlands 3 leaks before that game came out. And the story he was covering was covered by a major news outlet, and he was just making a video on it. I'm sure there's probably more to the story there, but still, like, you're sending private dicks to this guy's house? Like, that's... Unless he has, like, some government, unless he... Whatever, that's... I don't know, just, again, Take-Two, Take-Two's one of the companies that's proposing that games need to be $70 instead of $60 because they're more expensive to make. But then you see what the more expensive to make is. They're literally making older games that are from literally 2 decades ago worse. So, but charging you full price for it.
Those bastards.
Instead of recruiting people from this community, I guess something Take-Two and Rockstar see is as beneath them. We're instead dealing with abuse of DMCA in lawsuits, and this is true. Take-Two, as well as Sony, and obviously YouTube as a whole, are huge abusers of the DMCA, the Digital Millennial Copyright Act. They abuse it illegally, but of course, no repercussions and no accountability. The article continues reading, things could have been different, things could have been more positive, but in the end, it's Rockstar and Take-Two's choice to fight this community instead, and sadly, it will always be a back and forth. They want to push to make modifying game assets illegal. Meanwhile, we've already got people modifying the definitive editions. We've got people with cracked copies of the game enjoying it, whilst actual buyers are being punished by Rockstar's own launcher. I don't know what's going on there, but what's going on with Rockstar's own
Don't
launcher?
ask questions.
Oh, the launcher's broken. Apparently the launcher's back, but it was down for 18 hours. Huh.
Those bastards.
It's... Yeah, I mean, you're essentially I always saw modders and just fan content in general as free advertising for the official product. And also helps keep your community that surrounds that product alive while in between products. You know, take a Halo game, right? Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, there was a very just very long dry period between the games. Now, granted, you had the MCC coming to PC between then, but there was no new games, so a lot of mods and fan-created content was keeping the community for better part alive. But yeah, Take-Two's been removing old GTA mods using the DMCA for a while. Like now, to get some of the GTA mods, you have to go to freaking torrent sites, as opposed to just or something, or getting a MediaFire link, or ModDB, which is where most GTA mods are that I'm aware of, anyway. Yeah, I don't think it's cool. Like, imagine if you made a, like if we were to make a Star Citizen series, which we are at least trying to do. Imagine if CIG's like, nope, we're not gonna have any of that. DMCA strike the channel, and it's gone, and so is everything else. Because that's
that would be a little bit different than making assets for a game. Making content using the game is different than modifying parts of a game. Just from that example, they're not. That's an apples to oranges comparison. I was just
fair, but my point is that it's fan-made content that's not being sold for. It's not being sold. Period. Like, it's just free, and you're using someone else's content to make new content. It's an oversimplification for sure, and you're right. It is probably not the best comparison, not an accurate one, but it does fall under fair use.
Well, I don't know of the efficacy of what they're doing, but I haven't looked over their terms of service. So they may have stipulated some things in there that give them control over modding.
I haven't either, because again, I haven't played a GTA game since PS2 days. But, just based on what I know of the Fair Use Act, which I know a lot of, thanks to YouTube being such a pain in the ass to the point where some of our videos have been copyright claimed for my chair creaking. Yeah, as well as static one time, but this falls under fair use in my.
Nice.
According to the article, it's not clear why Take-Two is going DMCA wild now, years after these mods were first released. Some in the community have theorized it could be connected to the long-rumored GTA remakes or remasters. Others have speculated that it could be a result of the still not officially confirmed GTA 6. But this is all speculation. Only Take-Two knows what's going on, and so far it has remained silent. And that's nothing. They've been doing a lot of remasters, so maybe they're trying to just get rid of everything.
Sounds familiar to what Nintendo did to a lot of the ROM sites, because
yeah,
they intend to create the old games again, and they want people to buy them instead of playing the ROMs.
Yep. They've even copyright striked a YouTube channel on how to get the ROMs. However, they copyright striked the videos, specific videos that aren't about downloading the ROMs, but how they use the actual products themselves. Like normally use the products themselves. It's like you're not even doing it's just a bunch of shit. Essentially, just they're abusing. Yes, there is Well, sometimes they have bona fide use of the DMCA, but a lot of times these companies just abuse it because they can. If they see if they see dollar signs, if they see green, then they'll use it to get what they want.
Oh yeah. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you don't like the practice, don't buy the game.
Yep.
Hmm.
It is unfortunate though to see that the remasters kind of suck, but as I said, I haven't played a GTA in years, so I'm not exactly complaining. But it does suck for those that do play GTA, like modding it. Those that make the mods. It's worth pointing out. Just because it doesn't affect me doesn't mean it's not important or worth irrelevant. Load. There we go. But yeah, Take Two has just been going on essentially man hacking the using the DMCA to essentially just man hack kill all the mods for various GTA games. Vice City and San Andreas, mostly. We talked about that a few months ago, actually, like the actual killing of the mods that they did. But
Those bastards.
meanwhile, Cyberpunk is hiring modders. CD Projekt Red is hiring the Cyberpunk modders.
Of course, we haven't heard anything from them.
No, we have not.
Which then again, it's probably a good thing. But
I mean, last we heard they hired modders, and before that they go into the Discord server, the Cyberpunk Discord server. The last update they had said that Cyberpunk 2077 and The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt for consoles and PC next gen updates. So PS5 and Xbox Series X/S have been delayed, and this was in October.
those bastards, they killed Kenny.
So that's good, given how Cyberpunk 2077 should have been delayed at least 2 years, if not 3, and should have been exclusively on next consoles. Apparently, also, Vice City and Grand Theft Auto 3's source code has been reverse engineered. A team of fans have managed to reverse engineer the source code for both Grand Theft Auto 3 and Grand Theft Auto Vice City, making files available for download. This is great news. We've seen recently what reverse engineered can mean for modders, with Mario 64 being the biggest example, allowing it to be ported to the PC instead of run via emulation. While that's not the key aim here, both those GTA games are already available on PC. Source code also allows modders to create potentially new and interesting stuff, like using Mario 64 as an example, add ray tracing to the game. That said, getting access to the source code does make porting to other platforms easier. Steam have already got the code running on Switch, PS Vita, and Wii U, while hoping to get it to PS2 and Xbox as well. Pretty cool.
I mean, it's cool from people can do things with it now, but that opens a whole can of worms in terms of legality.
I was about to say, yeah. Well, at least it's not ripping off, it's reverse engineered. That means that they saw it and essentially remade it.
No, reverse engineered means they went in.
I mean,
and
they went in, took it apart, but then they put it back together. But it doesn't. Yeah, it is. It's a messy legality, that's for sure.
I mean, it's essentially copyright infringement. there's no way you're going to get around that if you're copying something.
Well, at least it's not like I think Frostbite engine source code, as well as the Red engine from CD Projekt Red have been like the source code has been revealed and stolen. Like that's different than like if you use that, then yeah, that's just straight up. There's no messy legalities there. That's have something that's not yours. Here, obviously, you have something that's not yours, but you the way you obtained it, it's again, it's messy. It's not legal, but it's not. I don't know. But this is separate from the modding thing, where they're killing all the mods and DMCA striking modders because they dared to make a mod for a game that's going on like 20 years old or less. But anyway, that's really the GTA news there. And there is some Halo Infinite news, but it is 10:10. We've been going for 4 hours.
I have one question about Halo Infinite. Is the free-to-play portion of it on Steam just the like 3v3 multiplayer? Is that all there is?
It's 4v4, and yeah, pretty.
Okay.
It really there's no SWAT in it. SWAT's not even in, let alone other game modes like Infection or you name it. It's probably not in there.
So it's basically just like team
It's worse than
deathmatch
Halo
with
5,
capture
except
flag.
for the lack of loot boxes. That's the only plus it has over Halo 5. Because Halo 5's progression system was completely based on loot boxes. Entirely. Like, that's how you got anything.
Which, ugh.
However,
I remember
yeah,
the only thing I hated about Mass Effect 3's co-op multiplayer was that it was all based on loot boxes, how you got all your gear.
so at least in Halo 5, though, you played matches. First off, Halo 5, you can play games based on game mode. You can't do that in Halo Infinite. You're kind of you want to play big team battle. You're like just simple big team battle, no objectives or anything. Yeah, good luck with that because you don't get to choose what game you play.
Yup. What sucks is it's like, oh,
and-
hey, if you want to just be like, hey, I want to play a team deathmatch with with large teams and vehicles. Nope, sorry.
And then you load into capture the flag or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also with Halo Infinite, well in Halo 5 you still earned XP from just playing matches and stuff like that. So and getting kills. So you get a Kill-Tacular or Kilimanjaro, and you get an XP boost. You can level up. Use those points that you earned from XP to then get the loot boxes. Because I played Halo 5, I have it, but I've never put a single dime into the game aside from buying the game itself to play. And like obviously again, loot box based progression system's fucking awful, but at least I didn't have to spend a dime on it. Whereas here, and I was able to get all the same crap that someone else could by paying, obviously because it's a loot box. It's all randomized bullshit anyways. But here, if you're playing and you don't spend any money, right? You're gonna get maybe 3 items. Like even if you get max level and everything, which by the way you earn. I think it's what 50. I can check. I can load up the game, but it's the only way to earn XP is through challenges. And there's one daily challenge, and you have some weekly challenges. And I think they changed it, so it might be 50. But before it was 100 XP for the daily challenge and 200 XP per weekly challenge. And you can have 3 weekly challenges at once. You're essentially it's And that's if you're playing free. If you get the premium battle pass, then you get a 4th extra weekly.
Premium.
So, and just it's essentially you play the game. Yeah, the game's fun, but you're not getting rewarded for your you can play a game and you can
It's not like Halo Infinite where
you can go on a complete kill streak and get all sorts of in all these medals, right, in old games that would give you achievements, but it means nothing at the end because it doesn't do anything to your progression. Honestly, if you want to play if you want to play good Halo, just boot up the Master Chief Collection. Lost Cam. We got Cam back. RTX messing with you?
No, Discord just decided to crash on me.
Halo Infinite also, it's just the freaking...
It's a blatant money grab from a studio that so far has done piss poor games. Honestly, it's nothing surprising, disappointing to be sure, but
because everything in Halo Infinite we predicted to be the case months, if not years ago. And
it's shown that they've completely given up on any attempt to even make any good games. Especially with this, I can practically guarantee that the campaign is going to be absolute shit tier, and that they're just throwing it all into the multiplayer, which is why they're making it free to play, throwing microtransactions, trying to get all the Fortnite players in there, because that's all they're caring about. They're like, well, we have no interest in making quality games. We've given up even pretending to try to care about that. We're just in this for the money, and we don't care who sees us as cash grabbing here.
And also the prices for some of this stuff, like you want a blue warthog, $15.
That's fucking like creation. That's worse than Creation Club level bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Just about the same, but
still. Again, emblems is worse than in Halo 5. You couldn't customize your emblem, like the emblem itself. Like it was traditional Halo emblems, like you had in Reach or Halo 3 and even Halo 4, but you couldn't customize them. Like you couldn't I want the the helmet that has the plasma grenade stuck to it, but with the circle background or whatever. You couldn't do that, but you can still color it. Here you can't even do that because of the armor coding system is applied to everything. So everything has a coding, which is essentially just Destiny shaders. So and the emblems are again pre-made. You can't do anything to customize them. You can't really make your own emblem. Also, I did laugh when I saw one of the emblems that was ripped from the Halo, the files of the game, was the Seeker helmet from Halo 5, which is essentially the helmet that looks like a giant boombox. Don't worry, the helmet itself is not in the game that I saw.
You mean it's not in the game yet?
Oh, I'm sure they'll introduce something that's just as bad. But again, like the challenges and everything, like the way progression works in the game, or rather it doesn't work, is that you'd be grinding. It would take you weeks to level up. Because you need 1,000 XP to level up, and at best you're going to be earning 900 at best, and that's if you're paying. If you're not, you're going to be earning 700 XP.
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear that they've made it so that sure, you can, air quotes, can progress, but it's at such levels that it's going to take. Like I remember way back when playing Star Trek Online, and of course they had like, oh, you can buy your subscription and buy this premium currency to buy stuff, or you can grind it out, and it's only going to take you 2 years to buy this thing, or like the Old Republic, so the Star Wars MMO from EA. It's like, oh, you can earn this stuff in game. It's only going to take you literally, and of course they used like months or something to obfuscate it, but it was literally like, oh, you just need to play for 5 years of game time to unlock this item. And it's like, that's ridiculous.
What, they actually said 60 months?
Something like that. It was
Um,
like months or weeks or something, but I calculated it out one time, and it was literally like 5 years. And I'm just like, that's ridiculous. In 5 years, no one's going to be playing this.
and that's the thing, like Halo Infinite, like, look, the gameplay itself is actually really fun. Which is why this sucks, because essentially it's a fun game, but it's personally I enjoyed it, but
It's fun
I
to
think
play, but there's no. It's like if you were to play pretty much any older fucking arena shooter. You know, it's like if you're playing a Quake or
Quake,
something.
yeah.
You know, sure, it's fun to fuck around with, but there's no point in trying to go for the progression because you're never gonna get there.
Also the fact that like the gameplay itself isn't like sometimes I'll log into like the ranking is practically non-existent, and even like some of the challenges are just play a match, right? So easy challenges. Yeah, I did one of those challenges obviously because it was the daily challenge, and it didn't complete. So I never leveled up, got XP for, and I played like four matches later. Play a match was not checking off there. And I know, and people are gonna say, "Oh, well, it's beta, right?" Because technically they're calling it a beta. Hell, Joe Staten has said as much.
Bullshit.
But if it's a beta, then how come you're charging real? Like, this is a live game. You're charging people in your game. This is essentially Fortnite or your, split. The menu UI reminded me a lot of Splitgate in that it's purposefully designed to be confusing. It reminded me of Splitgate, which is also a very bad free-to-play game. It's essentially Call of Duty with portal mechanics and Halo game mode.
Sounds terrible.
Well, the portal mechanics are done really well. Everything else is just crap. Halo sound, like again, the gameplay for Halo Infinite is fun. Sound design still sucks, but the gameplay is fun, and I am glad that I did actually download the multiplayer just to try out the gameplay, because it gave me hope for what the campaign's gameplay could be like. Right? Like, okay, the campaign could have good gameplay, and it could feel really fun, especially with the grapple shot and all that. Like, I was worried that would be really gimmicky, but it's not as gimmicky as I thought it would be. It's still gimmicky, but it's not as bad as I expected it. And I was expecting it to be pretty bad, though. So.
Not as bad as expected.
I did have a lot of fun with that repulsor thing, because you can just launch people across the map. Essentially having a man cannon, but attached to your forearm. And it's all equipment based. It's not. It's like Halo 3. It's not like a armor ability. But that's the gameplay. Everything else is absolute garbage in the game. Customization is very.
The gameplay is important, but you do need more than that.
But the gameplay is not all the game is. Especially when the issues surrounding the game, like around the gameplay, are so glaring that they overshadow it.
I think it's just that as we get older, we become more and more cynical.
Yeah,
we've seen that all this shit go sideways.
Well, I mean, look, we were able to predict Halo Infinite. Like, it's supposed to be Halo Infinite, right? The next Halo for 10 years. Yeah, good luck with that.
You mean just like how Windows 10 was supposed to be the last Windows operating system?
Enter Windows 11.
I remember that one.
Or how about, Avengers? There's going to be a 10-year live service. Barely lasted a year.
What now?
Avengers? Marvel's the Square Enix game?
Oh,
Yeah.
Honestly,
Exactly. Thank you. You just proved my point by your...
Marvel game I played was probably the one of the first Transformers games that came out. Like back when they made the first
movie
of
games.
the live action
Yeah.
Transformers movies back in, what was it, 2000, like 10?
Alright, take care, Eric. Eric K saying take care. Yeah,
Yes,
I
will
played...
take the care. But
Actually,
yeah, that was
now
the
you
last-
mentioned
that was the last
Transformers.
Marvel game I played.
Obviously this is not new news, but I thought it was just interesting that they discontinued the servers for Fall of Cybertron, which was a fantastic game. But you can't play the multiplayer anymore, even though it actually had a really cool customization in that game. And you can choose your bot or your cons, color palette, and you can customize the arms, chest, head, and legs all separately, similar to like Star Citizen armor. However, depending on what chest you selected, that would determine your vehicle mode or your alt mode. I thought it was pretty cool. And they had like classes, so you had the scout, so you got like you can mix and match parts from say like Bumblebee and Wheeljack. If you're using the more tank characters like a Warpath and Megatron, you can make like a hybrid of that. It was actually really cool. I enjoyed it. War of Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron were both really fun games. And I believe Dark of the Moon, the movie video game Dark of the Moon, they used essentially the same gameplay, but tweaked a little bit, and obviously it used a visual overhaul to match the movies. But the gameplay was the same or similar to War for Cybertron. And also, Transformers Devastation was really fun. It was a nice beat 'em up, G1 beat 'em up. It plays Optimus, Sideswipe, Grimlock, Bumblebee. I think you can play as Wheeljack. I honestly don't remember. I haven't played it since 2015. But that is also a fun game. But anyway, we are kind of just rambling at this point. So, anything else?
I was done half an hour ago.
Okay, so then let's wrap up. We have merch. If any, well, first off, I want to thank the Memes of Destruction and Eric K for popping in the chat and saying hello. It's nice to have people in the chat. And if you're watching this on the rerun, well, if you're getting this far, you're a real trooper. Also, thanks for watching. But yeah, if you enjoyed, you guys know the drill. Share the video. Give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed. If you didn't, give it a thumbs down. Tell us why in the comment section. Subscribe if you haven't.
So we can hunt you down later.
So we can subscribe if you haven't. And if you have subscribed, make sure you're still subscribed because YouTube likes to kick people. And if you want to help support us in a more personal way, we do have the merchandise. Merchandising.
Merch.
Where the real money from the movie is. Sell this nice Autobot t-shirt. And this handicap t-shirt. And Sam and I made this What the Frick Frack Snick Snack Patty Whack Give a Dog a Bone kind of bullshit is this t-shirt, which is oddly very, very fitting for both the GTA modding BS and the Halo Infinite BS.
Yup.
I have like 3 of these t-shirts, by the way. I wear them. I wear them a lot.
Any stock has moved.
I have 2 of them are the prototype t-shirt, like the sample t-shirts that had a different format, like font format and orientation. So it's not what it looks like on the screen right now. Like it had different fonts. So it's cool. But I also have one in the finalized font that you see on the screen in the gray color. And I love wearing it and just seeing the looks I get from people's faces. Not as good, like the looks are not as good as this one. And also we got crotch shot because, come on, we all play video games, we all shoot people in the crotch. Or in real life you shoot people in the crotch. I've done that with Nerf guns. And a BB gun a few times. And paintball. Yeah, that moron was not wearing a cup when we were playing paintball.
Ouch.
Yep.
I saw a guy got shot with a sim round in the ass once. That was hilarious. It's essentially sim rounds are essentially a 5.56. They come in other calibers, but essentially it's a bullet you load into a real rifle. You swap the bolt out on it, and you can fire essentially with your normal weapon, all your normal sights or any attachments you have on there. But you're able to use these paint rounds.
Yeah, it's training rounds.
Yeah, and they're
for Blue 4 Op 4 training
more
ops.
Forceful than your average paintball.
Yes, because they have. Well, it's not it's relatively the same force of a.
Yeah.
Like
so,
when they're doing that training, they're usually in full gear because that's the whole point of that exercise.
Exactly.
So
yeah, good times.
Yeah, you know what's fun? Go paintballing, like normal paintballing, but skins, shirts and skins.
Yeah,
you're
that's like
skinning
only
the
fun for like
enemies?
one game.
What?
I was so grateful that I managed to keep. I was shirts, but the way we did shirts was okay. We're gonna even it out. So shirts means you're just in a t-shirt, not in like long sleeves or anything. And getting shot in the arm, that was not fun. But you know what? Better than getting shot in the bare chest, like the guy I shot twice. Yeah, good times. I haven't gone paintballing in a while. I really need to. But anyway, yeah, you got all these cool shirt options. This way you get something and we get money. Links in the description. Also, if you want to hang out with us when we're
for that Odyssey.
Yes. Well, eventually we need to also make me a subscriber of Star Citizen, so the money's probably go to that. And I can't promise that it won't go to some rent. Although you have a job now, so I'm that last one. Sorta. Also, there's there's link for the
Can we really call making balloon animals a job? It's more of a profession, I'd say.
Hey, I don't just make balloon animals. I wear a little squeaky nose, and it's with all the makeup. No, I'm kidding. Not a clown.
No, go on. With the cheeky and the breaky.
What was I gonna say? Oh right. There's also a link for an eBay store in the description if you want to buy posters that I make.
Poster? I barely know her.
I'll go get her. I don't know.
Huh?
And the link in the description for the Discord server if you want to, come hang out with us when we're less ranty. like we were today.
Less ranty.
Yeah, no, we're not less ranty. It's just text based, so it's not as angry. Alright, well, that's gonna be it for now. I do hope you guys enjoyed, or at least found this. Honestly, I don't know, entertaining, maybe.
If not, we'll find.
I mean, look, if they're making it this far into the video, then they clearly enjoy it for some reason.
Something's wrong with them.
Or just curiosity got the better of them, unfortunately.
Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah, I gotta stick to the end and see how it ends, right? Yeah, well, you got there. It ended.
Well, it ends like
how
that.
do you feel now? Oh man. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go.
Kill man.
No, I think I'm going to go play some Star Citizen for a bit and then do some drawing. Yeah,
Do
that's
some
gonna be the end
drugs?
for now.
What? Don't do drugs, kids.
Don't do milk. Stay in drugs. Get 8
Drink
hours
your
of school.
sleep and get 8 hours of school.
Yeah.